in a world more interconnected than ever before. The International Center for Protocol and Diplomacy stands as a beacon of leadership, connection, and transformation. We are the leading independent platform working globally, committed to making protocol and diplomatic practices more effective. We empower global visibility, foster connectivity, and inspire influence, all for the advancement of our vital profession. Our commitment is to visibility, integrity, value, and performance. We educate, influence, and transform. Our mission: to build global leaders who make significant differences within the global diplomatic community and diversified industries. With the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 agenda at our core, we facilitate connectivity, provide viable opportunities, and bridge the gaps between individuals, governments, embassies, international organizations, international business communities, and more. We navigate the complex landscapes of diplomacy, trade, economics, foreign policies, and culture. We help organizations understand the strategic engagements of diplomatic empowerment, ensuring a world that is truly connected. International Center for Protocol and Diplomacy, empowering global connectivity and sustainable leadership for a brighter tomorrow.
The Honorable Patricia Kenneth Devine is the Director of the International Center for Protocol and Diplomacy in the United Kingdom. She also holds the titles of President of the Global Protocol and Diplomatic Network, Coordinator of the Afriprotocol Initiative promoting and driving the protocol agenda in Africa, Champion of the Global Education Executive Program, and founding President of the Association of Certified Protocol Practitioners in Nigeria. She has over 16 years of experience in international trade advisory and business development and promoting partnerships and investment between the UK, Europe, Asia, and Africa, and over 12 years of working experience with the Department of Business and Trade, where she led as an international trade and investment advisor, supporting the success of British companies in Africa and the sub-Saharan regions in the area of oil and gas, sustainability, and renewable energy. Patricia is the principal consultant at Synergy Systems Consultants, an international trade advisory firm, and an advisory board member to various global brands and organizations, including the Global Chamber. Her degrees, training, and certifications have been conferred by the Imperial College Business School, Robert Gordon University, London Business School, the University of Cambridge, Homerton College, Edinburgh Business School, the University of Lagos, and the University of Benin, amongst others. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Patricia Kenneth Devine.
You're on, Patricia.
Okay. Yeah, hi. Greetings to everyone, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, diplomats, business leaders, fellow protocol professionals, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to welcome you to the Afriprotocol online conference, our third edition, a premier gathering experts in business, international trade, protocol, diplomacy, and many other sections represented today. As we converge from various corners of the globe to explore the intricacies of protocol and diplomacy, with a focus on our theme, Better Unified Africa as a transformative agent, the role for protocol and diplomacy leadership. As we navigate the complexities of our increasingly interconnected world, the importance of effective protocol and diplomacy cannot be overstated. Our theme acknowledges the transformative power of a unified Africa, where protocol and diplomacy play a vital role in fostering cooperation, understanding, and mutual respect among nations. As we gather here today, we are reminded of the importance of protocol and diplomacy in promoting African unity, cooperation, and development. The African continent is home to 55 diverse countries, each with its unique culture, history, and traditions. In this context, protocol and diplomacy play a vital role in facilitating effective communication, building trust, and fostering cooperation among African nations. Over the next few hours, we will engage with renowned experts and thought leaders who will share their insights and experiences on a range of topics. In thought-provoking discussions, share best practices, and explore innovative solutions to the challenges we face in protocol and diplomacy. Our esteemed speakers will dive into topics such as diplomatic protocol, soft power, World Protocol Day, multilateral engagements, international relations, crisis management, and cultural diplomacy, trade protocol, trade and investment, sustainability, and many more within the context of our theme. In recent times, the African Union has made significant strides in promoting peace, security, and cooperation among its member states. We shall also, in this discussion today, reflect on the significant developments in the African Union and around the world. The African Union's theme for 2024, which is education, underscores the critical role that knowledge and skills play in driving Africa's growth and development. And as we explore the intricacies of protocol and diplomacy, let us remember that education is essential for fostering greater understanding, cooperation, and mutual respect among nations. Similarly, the Commonwealth has been at the forefront of promoting democracy, human rights, and sustainable development among its member states. Not to mention COP29, which recently took place in Baku, marked a significant milestone in the global efforts to address climate change aimed at promoting climate action. Protocol and diplomacy have played a crucial role in facilitating these initiatives and promoting cooperation among nations. Effective protocol and diplomacy are essential in building this trust, fostering this cooperation, and preventing conflicts, even at the level of all of these discussions. Our deliberations today will focus on the later trends, challenges, and opportunities in protocol and diplomacy within a view of enhancing our skills and knowledge in this critical field. At this time, I invite you to participate fully, ask questions, and share your expertise with us. Let us work together to promote a better understanding of protocol and diplomacy and to contribute to a more peaceful, stable, and prosperous Africa. Before I conclude, I would like to express my gratitude to our speakers, moderators, and organizers for their tireless efforts in making this conference a success. And to you all our participants, thank you for joining from all over the world as we make a point today in our deliberations. I hereby declare this conference open. At this time, I'd like to hand over to Agnes Bihari, who will take it from here. Thank you once again, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning, good afternoon to you all. Thank you so much for collaborating on this event and for joining us. I am very happy to introduce you to our two moderators. First, please let's give a round of applause to M. Bartel, whose bio I am going to read right now. So Ms. M. Bartels is the icpd Africa lead, overseeing its business mainly in West Africa. She's a certified communications expert a protocol and etiquette executive, and the founder and executive director of GPA Awards International Ltd, a professional development organization that supports executives through creativity, innovation, and excellence. She is also the founder of Excel Consulting GEH, a personal branding expert and executive coach with a track record of building incredible personal brands that help executives to stand out, become visible, and attract a passionate tribe through communication and etiquette. An influencer and ardent public speaker, Ms. Bartels also supports and coaches one-on-one C-suite executives, senior government officials, media houses, banks, institutions, and parastatals. And the other colleague of mine is Dr. Patrick Ibembe, who is the ICPD head of projects, partnerships, and international trade. He was a special presidential assistant in the government of Uganda. He previously served as a chief of staff, personal assistant to the 7th Vice President of the Republic of Uganda. He is passionate about education and sits on governing councils or boards of 2 universities. Dr. Ibembe has public sector management experience, spanning more than 20 years in the First Office of the Republic of Uganda. His area of academic inquiry focused on VIP administration and management. He was a key instructor for the government of Uganda, which roles include teaching senior government officials in capacity building programs. He has taught short seminars in various universities globally. He is currently based in the UK, engaged in consultancy work. Thank you very much for your attention. And now I would like to hand it over to Em. Thank you. Em, the floor is yours in case you are on mute. Thank you.
Dr. Ann is not on.
Em, the floor is yours in case you are on mute. Thank you.
Dr. Ann is not on.
So, okay. Thank you, Elsie.
Hello, hello, hello. Now can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yes, I'm going to be sharing. Hello and welcome to everybody. Welcome to you all. I am going to be speaking, reading the I'm sharing on Agnes's profile right now. She's going to be giving a few comments on overview of seizing the momentum and the role of the unified Africa's leadership in shaping a multipolar world. Miss Agnes Bihari is the lead advisor and head of projects on sustainable development at ICPD and is specialized in executive diplomatic leadership and management of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. She is organized and presented at several on-site and online multilingual events on international scientific collaboration, corporate governance, and sustainable development diplomacy in emerging markets for over 2 decades. Enhancing intercultural awareness and sub-diplomacy skills as the core foundations of a collaborative and thriving multipolar world, providing tools for well-informed and invested citizenship, promoting shared responsibility and accountability with new diplomacy. Her vision is to uphold human dignity and promote harmonious coexistence in our beautiful world. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome Agnes Bihari to share a few comments on the role of the unified Africa's leadership in shaping the multipolar world. Agnes, stage is on, all yours.
Thank you very much, Anne, for your kind introduction. Rick, would you be so kind to project my PowerPoint presentation? Thank you very much. So I'm going to talk about a historical moment today. As we all know, we've been living in a very dynamic and ever-changing society. However, now with the upcoming and the new presidency that we already know in the United States, which is a very powerful nation in our society, we can expect a lot of opportunities and changes that we might be able to take advantage of. So this is the reason why I would like to talk about the importance of protocol and diplomacy, as well as how you can leverage the knowledge, the extensive network of the International Center of Protocol and Diplomacy within this framework. So the title of my PowerPoint presentation is Seizing the Momentum of the Role of Unified Africa's Leadership in Shaping the Multipolar World. Next, please. So I'm going to talk about what the momentum is actually, how unified Africa could look like, how you can take advantage of the wealth of knowledge of ICPD, the International Center of Protocol and Diplomacy, and some conclusions. Next, please. So we've been talking a lot about sustainable development, the European Green Deal, the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, and we have also been focusing a lot in terms of not only international relations, but also international investments. So you may have heard about the ESG framework, which is environmental, social, and governance pillars of the different focuses for our society. And within our ICPD network, we have a lot of experts who are dedicated to this area. So later on during this presentation, you will also be able to hear more from them. And I'm just going to give you a very high introduction on of the different capabilities regarding this aspect. Next, please. So you may have also seen the 17 goals of the United Nations, and they can also be clustered into different focuses such as environmental, social, and governance. Some of the sustainable goals can correspond to different pillars, and I'm going to talk about those that have been in focus during the multipolar and during the emerging multipolar or the outgoing single one polar world. Next, please. So in the unipolar world, As we have seen in the Western societies, we have been focusing mostly on climate action, and the related sustainable development goals have been focusing on clean energy, also on reduced inequalities, gender equalities, responsible consumption and production, which is basically the circular economy, sustainable cities, and peace, justice, and strong institutions, which would correspond to the governance or good governance part of transparency. Next, please. Now, as we are going more and more into the multipolar world, we are able to see different areas of priorities emerging. So here we can talk about clean energy, but the focus in the global south, in the emerging markets, has been affordable energy. So there is a difference within the approach regarding energy sustainability. Also, it has been important to focus on zero hunger partnerships to achieve the goals, which is global south collaborations as well as collaborations within the BRICS or other alliances. Also on industry, innovation and infrastructure, decent work and economic growth, and quality education. Next, please. So we have been familiar with the so-called big stick diplomacy during the unipolar world, because basically when there is a kind of power structure where the emerging markets do not have so much leverage and so much power of negotiation, there have not been a lot of opportunities to negotiate. However, what I would like to highlight right now as an opportunity is that now Africa and also other nations or other continents of the global south have more opportunities to negotiate, to interact, to basically also take a seat at the negotiating table. So in the developed world, we have seen the power structure within the United Nations Security Council, NATO, extended G7, etc. However, now with the emergence of the more power, the more stakeholdership and economic power of the developing countries, we can also see that now this power balance is being shifted. Next one, please. So talking about the unified Africa, next, please. I would like to take a brief moment to talk about the EU, because we are talking about the African Union, but we can also make some comparative analysis with the European Union. So some lessons learned that we can talk about is that the European Union predecessors started out as a Europe like an economic alliance, to make sure that there is free movement, such as, for example, we have the Schengen areas, so people can move freely, they can work together, there are opportunities to trade as well. So this was the original idea. However, more and more there has been a shift towards political focus as well. So there have been some negative aspects regarding this union, for example, a debt crisis or Euroscepticism, whereby there we saw the Brexit, the United Kingdom left, and there are also emerging controversies or differences of points of views. Next one, please. So some controversies have been related to, for example, transparency of the European Commission or decisions of the European Parliament regarding policies, politics, as well as environmental topics. Next. Therefore, there are opportunities based on these lessons learned for the African Union to focus first of all on alliances. As I mentioned previously, now we do not only have the North-South opportunities, but we also have the Global South collaboration as well as the East-West. And regarding governance, it's very important to focus on transparency and also on cross-border collaboration. such as free movement or easier transportation, etc. Next. Therefore, I would like to highlight few of the Sustainable Development Goals that have been at the forefront for foreign investments. For example, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Regarding, for example, infrastructure developments as such as ports or railroads, as well as sustainable cities and communities. For example, focusing on digital transformation as well as education. The number 16 is regarding transparency. So it's also very important to for leaders of public and private companies to have this accountability and to have the capabilities to demonstrate due diligence. And finally, the partnerships to achieve the goals, which was mentioned earlier, within the Global South as well as BRICS opportunities. Next, please. So regarding ICPD, next, please. I would like to kindly invite you to visit the website of the International Center for Protocol and Diplomacy, which is you could consider as a one-stop shop that comprises subject matter experts from very different walks of life, public institutions, private institutions with many, many years and up-to-date knowledge regarding current affairs and how you can leverage this knowledge. Next, please. So ICPD has members in over 65 countries. We have frequent alumni meetings every year. We also have, as you can see, this Afriprotocol conference and also other opportunities. So there are international engagements and events, both online and in person. Also, there are opportunities for cultural enhancement and inclusive management, diplomacy and international affairs, and international protocol leadership and business, both consultancy as well as structured educational programs. They are also available, but new ones can also be created based on your personal needs or your needs for institutional development. Next one, please. So regarding, for example, corporate services, there is executive education development. Also, there are training solutions, face-to-face or virtually. And there is also opportunity for VIP and relationship management. So all these are tailor-made services that we can provide for your convenience. Next one, please. So conclusions. Next. As I mentioned earlier, the comparative analysis between different alliances, such as the European Union or African Union, can have a lot of advantages and could have a lot of disadvantages. The original goal of economic collaboration is really empowering for all the members of these alliances. And as long as the sovereignty and the needs and the realities of each countries and also the interests of each countries are respected by all the other members, this is bound to be a successful collaboration. So regarding the underlying values, I invite you to think about the values that you would like to showcase as leaders of your institutions, public or private, as also public-private partnerships, and see how we can collaborate within the framework of the International Center of Protocol on Diplomacy. I kindly invite you to take a look at the website and also to contact directly our director, Honorable Patricia Kenneth Devine. Next one, please. I am very happy also to connect on LinkedIn, and I'm at your disposal for further collaboration. Thank you very much. Over to you, Patrick. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very, very much, Agnes, for that heads up. Yeah, I cannot speak any better about the need for a unified leadership on the multipolar world, as you've articulated it. You've talked so well about the sustainable development goals and the need for united Africa, and also for Africa drawing lessons as we engage into diplomacy, as we engage into bridging gaps into all these various ventures. The root and the focus of ICPD has always been to bring diplomacy at the top of all these endeavors. So thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. I would like to invite my colleague, Anne, to carry on from there. Thank you. M.
Hello and welcome. I'm going to be introducing our next speaker, who's going to be sharing just for a few minutes on the after. His name is Mr. Ano Asemen. Ano Asemen. He's the Chief of Staff at the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Ano, the stage is yours. You're welcome to speak.
Okay, good morning, M. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Yes, we
I would
can.
like to rectify something. Yeah, I'm actually the head of protocol of AFCFTA. Yeah, I'm not the chief of protocol. Thank you very much. Okay, having said that, AFCFTA, Africa Continental Free Trade Area, is an organ from African Union Commission. And the African Union Commission, they have so many, they have, let's say, 7 organs. We have like PAP in South Africa, we have ECOSOC in Zambia, and then we have also we have African human rights in Arusha, and another one in Gambia. So we have AFCFTA, where I am now as a head of protocol, is part of it. So what we are trying to develop an effective kind of communication. And as you all aware, protocol is a kind of practices, is a kind of standard in terms of communications. So we are trying as best that we can to have meeting most of the time, so that all the Africans organs, including African countries, we speak the same protocol language. We practice, we organize our conference in the same way. Like, for instance, the way to take the floor, yeah, is now uniform in Africa. So even in terms of diplomacy, this is also works. And then there's also the seating arrangement. We have a seating arrangement that we all observe based on African Union policy. Yeah, we always start from the country we share the union with the president. Like now, the current chair is the president of Mauritania. So we start from president of Mauritania, and then in alphabetical order. And also, what I would like to add, the practice that we also have about communication skills, like the way we communicate among ourselves, organs, member states, and international organizations. We have, for instance, through the non-verbal, one is from one international organization to another one, or to a member state. We also have letter. One is sent to, let's say, a private company, a non-diplomatic status. We also have a kind of memo, which is internal among ourselves. And I can also add that protocol is also during our duties. When, let's say, we are in Ghana, we try to build FCFs in Ghana, try to build a kind of very, let's say, good or peace working environment in the host country. Yeah, we have a host country agreement. We discuss every 3-4 months about it, to make sure that our staff, even at African Union organs, the staff enjoy the privileges, the staff enjoy the immunities as well. And these immunities and privilege should be uniform for all AU staff across the continent. And then the African Union, through the Office of Legal Counsel, they make sure that all the African member states, yeah, where African Union has an office, let's say an organs, they have the same standard of privilege and immunity that staff can enjoy. And then we have a kind of, let's say, every twice a year, the director of protocol at African Union, he has initiated a kind of, let's say, inductions and training, so that each head of protocol, or the one who's in charge of protocol, from each organs, we all gather together. It could be in Addis Ababa or Accra, wherever, and then we speak, we exchange challenges, we also exchange experience, and then you also advise for the way forward. Yeah, this is what I can say about how to unify, Africa, and the role of protocol and diplomacy, yeah, in Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I know at such short notice you were able to step in and just give us a brief information on what protocol is in the AFCFTA. Thank you so very much, and I appreciate you making time to be here. Our next speaker is Dr. Nicoletta Husso. She's the president of the Organization of International Protocol Professionals, Hungary. I'll just read a brief information on her. Dr. Nicoletta Husso has over 15 years of experience as Chief of Protocol and Head Coordinator, working in top governmental, sports, business, and academic events. She's an honorary university associate professor, thesis consultant, head of examination board at Kodolani Janus University, and the founder and CEO of World Protocol magazine. She's also a founding member of World Protocol Organization, owner and CEO of European Protocol Event Management Center, founding president of the Association of International Protocol Professionals, and founder of the world's first and only protocol and diplomatic traveling exhibition. Nicoletta possesses 4 university degrees in protocol, international relations, and social sciences translation. She's also a recognized author of 6 academic books on various fields of protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the indefatigable Dr. Nicoletta Husso.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the lovely introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're joining in the Afriprotocol conference, not the first, not the second, but the 3rd edition. And I am so pleased and delighted to be here again upon the invitation of Miss Patricia and ICPD. I am very grateful that they are paying attention to this very important topic and very important continent. So my topic is, and my theme is going to be World Protocol Day initiative. So I'm going to share my screen so that you can actually see what I have prepared for you on this initiative. And if you can just give me a quick heads up on the fact that you are seeing this very first slide showing that 11 May World Protocol Day, the story and history behind the initiative, I am going to start this short presentation for you to introduce the idea behind this movement, the idea behind this initiative, the global cooperation and the unification of the protocol professionals. As Emma introduced me, I'm involved in lots of projects, mainly working at high-level protocol events, and also I am talking about these practical occurrences of protocol and diplomacy at different universities. Also, I'm happy to share the knowledge and experience in writing, hence the World Protocol magazine. Next year, we are going to open the doors for those who want to learn about the very specific branches and implemented areas of protocol in World Protocol School. So there is a lot to do in this area. on a global level. So I'm going to just show you a couple of photos from my professional background to prove that this indeed a very colorful and very complex profession, and it takes a lot to work for the improvement and betterment of the international relations, whether they are interstate relations, intergovernmental relations, or between companies or sports federations. So it is a very, very responsible full job, and we are trying to train the next generations, not just in Hungary, but worldwide as well, and provide some literature that they can learn about the specific implemented areas, their legal background, and everything that there is to know about protocol. And what I'm going to show you now is some of the some notions and some objects and some ideas like bicycle and chess and creativity and innovation, or cultural diversity for dialogue, delegates, education, mountain, multilateralism and diplomacy, or let's say tea, tourism, television, toilet, even tuna or yoga. Now, the question arises, what do they have in common? They all have their international days recognized by the UN. I'll give you the source of information as well. And we thought that, yes, it's high time to have the protocol professionals recognized by the most outstanding international organization, by the UN, by the General Assembly. So a global initiative was born. But first and foremost, we had to unite the global protocol community. It all started with the pandemic back in 2020, where some of my some of my international professionals, mainly from Argentina, we decided to gather together all the professionals, experts, academics, and teachers and diplomats or communications experts in one single organization, and founded in 2020 the so-called World Protocol Organization. Its original name and its original term in Spanish, Organización Mundial de Protocolo. And as founding member, straight away in the first year of the pandemic in 2020, we organized a 3-day-long online conference, because the show must go on, the international relations must go on, and so our work. I first announced this idea, this initiative, and shared with the world, with this new protocol community in 2021, the next year, to designate a special day, a specific day in the calendar, 11 May, and to accept it universally as World Protocol Day. There is an article as well in the so-called World Protocol magazine, which was also the positive outcome of the pandemics. I launched it also on this specific day, 11th of May in 2020, with the idea, with the intention of sharing on a pro bono basis our experiences, the different angles, the different projects in protocol and diplomacy. So together, members of the international organization and with my colleagues all over the world, we put our academic knowledge and hands-on experience in writing, and therefore protocol professionals, academics and diplomats would share once again, free of charge, on a pro bono basis, their knowledge with anyone and everyone who is interested. So here is the other outcome and another initiative we are trying to do for the betterment, for the improvement of our beloved profession. And now we share this and contribute these articles free of charge with the readership. There is no registration, no fees. And also, if you are watching this, you can just quickly click on the worldprotocolmagazine.org and read amazing stories and examples and events, and learn about this very colorful profession. So I'm also happy to have you as authors, if you have something to share, if you want to contribute to this initiative. And now, why is that the protocol would need empowerment and would need an international recognition or recognition by the UN? Well, first and foremost, let's make it clear. Protocol embraces tradition and interconnectedness and innovation for thousands of years. And also, we have to clarify that the rules of protocol have long pre-existed states. And if delegates and diplomats and multilateralism, they all have their international days or world days, then it's only fair to say that protocol would deserve a specific commemorational day. Also, from the academic perspective, we can say that protocol is a multidisciplinary field that facilitates international relations. It is a platform, a medium, and also a service without which diplomacy, in my opinion, would simply not exist. And also, we have to think about not just the profession, but the experts, the international group of experts, without whom no high-level events would take place. Yet there is no international day that would honor all those professionals who dedicate their lives day after day to serve as protocol professionals, supporting those world leaders who are working for their nations. And yet no single international recognition that would remind the world of the undisputably significant role protocol can play in international relations and in diplomacy. How I would like to describe protocol professionals, my fellow colleagues, and my friends in protocol is that they are all silent ambassadors of peace. Because one thing is for sure, there is no pre-existing condition. Sorry, there is one pre-existing condition for the materialization of protocol in international relations, and this is the desire of the parties, no matter who they are and which level, what ranking they are having, that they would like to solve their problems through constructive engagement rather than through the use of force, hard power. Wars do not require protocol, peace does. And therefore, here we are to make that happen, to facilitate those peaceful interactions. So this is why I'd like to also say that protocol is soft power in international relations. And it is a must, and it is a platform and medium without which, once again, I think that diplomacy would not simply exist. I cannot see ambassadors going around and organizing their own events, their own, I don't know, receptions or gala dinners or writing their own speeches. Usually there is a staff, there are people with protocol knowledge who would have these leaders, diplomats, state leaders, heads of governments, or even leaders of companies or banks, other official entities. There is a need for those people who are there to work for the betterment of any official ties and relations. So the civil initiative was born. Now, I had to start from ground zero, basically. I had to seek a common ground that all parties, all concerned parties can agree to, no matter if they are working in the United States or in Australia and in Europe or Asia or Africa, doesn't matter, wherever they are functioning as protocol professionals or protocol professors. I had to find a common ground of all concerned parties that they can agree to. So I had to find a neutral date that they may agree to, regardless of the nationality or faith, age, gender, rank, or position, as would protocol function on a day-to-day basis. So I turn to history for protocol-related events that are supported by proven facts, proven and written facts. So here are just very quickly and briefly the historical facts, proven facts behind the 11th May initiative to designate as World Protocol Day. I'm not sure if you knew, but although evidence is sparse, but traces exist of Egyptian diplomatic protocol as early as the 14th century BC. China had leagues, missions, and organized a system by the 8th century BC. And proof exists that sophisticated Indian diplomacy existed in the 4th century BC. But as we all know, the term protocol, protos plus schola, was born in the Byzantine Empire over 2,500 years ago. So this empire was basically at the center of culture and education, the wealthiest city of Europe, and it was the capital city of the Roman Empire and the other occurring empires all the way to the 20th century. So basically, the term protocol was born in these times in this area, in the Byzantine Greek, on a soil consecrated on 11th May back in 330. This is a proven written fact. Home to emerging empires till the 20th century. So I had to find this date, which I think I did. You can't argue with that yes, the term was born in this empire, and it can be connected with the specific date. Why? Because the actual capital was renamed and dedicated on 11th May 330, and therefore Constantinople had become the largest and wealthiest city of Europe. But Constantinople was not only the cradle for the term protocol, but also for the emperor called Constantine VII, also known as the Purple-born. And why am I talking about him? He's going to become important in protocol. Also, his father, Alexander, also entered the throne on 11th of May back in 912. But Constantine VII, the Purple-born, is also a very well-known figure in the protocol community for his manuals, for his books on protocol that he wrote in the early 10th century. It's called the Ceremonies. I'm not sure if I pronounced it well. The Book of Ceremonies, which you can read actually. It's also translated, and you can see back in the 10th century, they dedicated chapters that included topics like the role of the court, the secular and ecclesiastical ceremonies, or the processions within the palace, or the churches, the imperial tombs, embassies, banquets, and dresses. So similarly, like today, what we do now when we are planning and organizing delegational programs or high-level events, we write everything down. We don't call it ceremonial books, but we call them scripts, technical scripts or etiquettes. So these books are also important, not just because they were written about protocol and diplomacy, but also these specific books served as the basis for the etiquette of the later Spanish royal court, and as well as the diplomatic etiquette of the 21st century. In fact, I did my research when I was writing my dissertation about this topic. The ceremonial rules of the French and subsequently the Viennese, the German and the Russian courts actually all continued this Spanish practice that was based on Constantine's books of ceremonies. And also some of the other interesting facts that I laid out for you, that the practice of the Burgundian ceremony attributed to Prince Philip the Good. He wrote his first essay on court etiquette. And it can be officially traced back to the Byzantine Emperor Constantinus VII we are talking about. And right now, currently, the Leipzig City Library keeps the Corvina that proves that indeed in 912 the Emperor Constantine wrote the summary work called the Book of Ceremonies on the rules for official court events, as well as the rules for eating and dressing, which is strictly demanded to be observed as well. So we found common grounds to actually say that 11th May can become universally accepted World Protocol Day, at least by the professionals. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here are some of the previous brochures of the organizers of the World Protocol Matters conferences, because then the next step was to launch a platform, a social engagement platform on this specific topic, and to discuss not just to write, but to discuss these matters online together and share our knowledge once again on a pro bono basis. So the World Protocol Matters conference first started in 2022 with Patricia and with LaDonna Myers and myself, and kicked off on 11th of May. And we had an amazing high-level event similarly to Afriprotocol webinars. And then in 2022 and in 2023 and 24 this year, we once again opened this conference and invited all professionals from all over the world to celebrate together 11th May as World Protocol Day. And how can you contribute from Africa or from anywhere you are joining in today is that we also launched a petition for 11th May, which you can find online. There is a link, but I'm going to put it in the chat for you. If you agree with us and if you want to join our efforts and support our initiative, obviously the more the merrier. We would like to have your signature, even your name, maybe some comments why you are backing us up. That would be highly appreciated. So once we are planning to reach the United Nations General Assembly floor, together with a joint proposal, we would have a very intense and massive global professional support on this initiative. And also this year, we introduced and we showed the public the very first, let's say, ode to protocol, or the it's a hymn or it's an anthem of protocol, which beautifully describes the beauty and the hardship of this profession, no matter where you're working: sports protocol, military protocol, state protocol, diplomatic protocol, company or business protocol. And if you wish to take a look at this music and this beautiful composition called Empowerment of Protocol, that was recited by Dr. Johan de Austin, or the music, the classical music of Ode to Protocol by Thibaut Chavani. He is a French composer. You will see how beautiful it really is, this profession, and why we are doing what we are doing, absolutely on a pro bono basis for the betterment of our community, and also to reach global peace. I mean, this is our ultimate goal, and the more people join us, the more people work for the peaceful interactions on an international level or national levels, the better our future, and the more safe and the more peaceful it is going to be. Ladies and gentlemen, short and sweet, I wanted to keep. I hope I managed to do so. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Please reach out to me if you wish, and we can further collaborate and cooperate on many levels. You can write emails. I'm on LinkedIn, Facebook. This is my mobile number. You can reach out to me on WhatsApp as well. So once again, this is World Protocol Day, the story and history behind this initiative. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Am I on? Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. And as I promised, the indefatigable Dr. Nicoletta Husso never disappoints. She has a way of presenting things that makes us all, captivated listening to her. Thank you so much for that. We really appreciate your presentation. Patrick, do you have anything to say about what Dr. Nicoletta said?
I can't agree with you. I can't agree with you more. Everything has been so wonderful. We've got one more question and request from Baba Fami. How do I get slides of that wonderful presentation? I'm passing over that one to our technical team, but I totally agree with you that we have a lot to do in this area, as Dr. Nicoletta has put, and thank you very much for taking us into the history and context of this colorful and wonderful profession of protocol. And thank you so much, Dr. Nicoletta, for the pro bono and endless efforts you are putting into this profession. Thank you. Over to you, Em.
Yes, thank you all. So, and I must say, two things actually stood out to me when she spoke. And she said that protocol professionals are actually silent ambassadors of peace. And she says, wars do not require protocol, peace does. That's so profound. So profound. Thank you so very much for that. Our next speaker is also another professor. We seem to have a lot of professors here today. Our next speaker is Professor Christopher Asike, a professor of African politics and international relations in the Department of Political Science and director of the African Center for Study of the United States University of Pretoria. His extensive international diplomatic research collaboration networks with scholars includes members of the African Association of Science, among others. He consults for the UNICEF, UN Women, United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA for short, and the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Government on gender equality and women empowerment issues in the province. He's also a staff member of Resilient Peace, a research network of scholars by the University of Bristol, which is committed to exploring resilient peace-building actors, cultures, and policy transfer in West Africa, and is funded by the Worldwide Universities Network Research and Development Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome onto the stage Professor Christopher Asike, Professor of African Politics and International Relations, University of Pretoria, speaking on the value of group hegemonic leadership, common African positions for understanding Africa's united relations behavior. Professor, the stage is yours.
So thank you very much to M. I also want to thank the organizers of this conference for how you guys have kept to doing it so well every year. It gets better and better. So this is just to appreciate the conference organizers for putting such a good conference together again this year. So let me start by thanking also Arnaud and Nicoletta. I agree with them that diplomats, can't be effective without, protocol support. But my refrain is that protocol will thrive better when diplomacy is well organized. So if diplomacy is not organized, protocol is not going to solve the problem. And this leads me to my talk really. On the value of group hegemonic leadership as a way of understanding Africa's international relations behavior. So the summary of my argument is that Africa will be better served if powerful countries in the continent, in each sub-region, cooperate to provide what I call group hegemonic leadership for the continent, rather than the individual powerful states acting on their own to further their national interests. And I'm making this argument, based on 4 assumptions. One is that Africa does not have a hegemon in the real sense of the concept, right? We do not have any country that fits neatly into the liberal definition of the concept of hegemony. That's one. Then 2, states in Africa do not have the requisite hard power capabilities to power or force their foreign policy or national interests on the international system. So we do not have the military power, we do not have the requisite economic power to go to use hard power. So that means that 3, soft power, therefore presents a good opportunity for African states to exert some influence and achieve their objectives. The last assumption I make is that powerful states in the continent, such as South Africa and Nigeria, already cooperate to provide leadership on common issues which help to explain Africa's overall international relations behavior. So these are the assumptions I'm making, and if they hold, then I will try and make my arguments in the next 10 minutes or so. So this talk is based on research that I did with one of my colleagues here at the University of Pretoria that addresses a critical knowledge gap in the understanding of regional power dynamics in Africa. So traditional international relations theories that are grounded in hard power dominance, like realism, fail to adequately explain the leadership roles of countries like South Africa and Nigeria in Africa, given their internal weaknesses and their limited military capabilities, like I said in one of my assumptions just now. So with Africa increasingly becoming a focal point of global power rivalry, whether it's China, between China and the United States, or Russia and the United States, there is some kind of geopolitical competition that is taking place in the continent, and it's all due to our population, especially our young population, youth population, our resources, our minerals, as well as our influence within the United Nations. If you consider the fact that Africa has, the largest voting bloc in the United Nations General Assembly. Okay, so understanding how regional leadership, operates is essential, for effective global governance and continental agency in global affairs. So both policymakers and practitioners, and when I say practitioners, of course, I mean most of you that are here, require this knowledge of how Africa engages with the rest of the world to formulate more accurate strategies for regional cooperation and to leverage Africa's growing collective strength on the world stage. And I agree, protocol is going to be significant here once we can get very organized. So this research was motivated by the absence of a clear hegemony in Africa, like I said before, and the failure of realist approaches to account for the kind of cooperative and non-coercive leadership that we see on the African continent. And I must say that this cooperative leadership, non-coercive foreign policy is something that is uniquely African because of our historical antecedents before colonialism, and that which was also helped by colonialism in many ways. So furthermore, policymakers and African leaders are often caught between expectations of unilateral dominance and the practical realities of shared leadership due to economics, security, and geopolitical challenges. So the paper that we published proposes what we call group hegemonic leadership as a model that better fits the African context, where sub-regional powers, we have 5 sub-regions in Africa, and there are leaders, within those sub-regions. Like you can talk about Nigeria in West Africa, South Africa in Southern Africa. You can talk about Rwanda in Central Africa, Kenya in East Africa, and the likes, Egypt also in North Africa. Okay, so we are talking about a context where sub-regional powers, can collaborate, cooperate to provide regional governance and the provision of public goods for their sub-regions, and then this can be upscaled to the continental level. So this group hegemonic leadership highlights the cooperative roles that South Africa and Nigeria in leading initiatives such as the formation of the African Union and global advocacy for Africa's interest in institutions, multilateral institutions like the United Nations Security Council, the G20, and even in BRICS, as you see South Africa now very prominent in, right? So that's the argument we make, and it is important for policymakers that are seeking to enhance Africa's influence in global governance, as well as for practitioners in diplomacy, in peace building, in regional development, and of course, protocol. It provides a practical framework for understanding how African nations can collectively exert leadership and fulfill continental objectives without relying on a single dominant power, which we currently don't have anyway. So this shift from individual to group hegemony is crucial for understanding Africa's security, economic and political challenges in an increasingly multipolar world. Now, what are the key cooperative initiatives that the 2 case studies that I'm going to be focusing on, that's South Africa and Nigeria? What are the key cooperative initiatives that they have put forward to demonstrate aspects of this group hegemonic leadership that I talk about? So for example, both countries have played central roles in creating the African Union, like I said before, Both countries also played a very critical role in forming the new Partnership for Africa's Development, what we know as NEPAD. This was in the early 2000s. Nigeria also, through its peacekeeping missions in West Africa, have contributed over 200,000 troops and spent approximately $13 billion in Liberia and Sierra Leone alone. South Africa has leveraged its soft power in promoting democracy, such as its successful mediation in efforts in Zimbabwe and in Lesotho, and also even recently in Swaziland. Now, South Africa also led continental initiatives like the Southern African Development Community, the SADC mission in Mozambique, to help to combat terrorism insurgency in Cabo Delgado region or province of that country. So what this means is that these are just a few examples, but they highlight that while neither Nigeria or South Africa is a unilateral hegemon in the sense of it, both of these countries use their leadership capabilities in cooperative ways that benefits the entire region, right? Now, what helps giving credence to this also is the fact that both South Africa and Nigeria have been recognized globally for their leadership roles through their regional dominance in their different regions. And so for example, South Africa is Africa's only member of BRICS and the G20, which South Africa took leadership of recently, the only African country to ever host a G20 summit. And South Africa has served as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council 3 times. Nigeria has also had a non-permanent seat in the UNC 5 times and has filled prominent leadership roles or positions in global organizations, such as you have Akinwumi Adesina as president of the African Development Bank, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala as Director General of the World Trade Organization. Her term was recently renewed a few days ago. But despite these global recognitions, both countries face skepticism between themselves and from within the continent regarding their hegemonic aspirations due to the challenges that they both face. And I will talk about those challenges briefly, but South Africa's economy has not been growing for the past 10 years. And then Nigeria also faces similar challenges. It's worse now in the last 2 years. But Nigeria's domestic insecurity with Boko Haram and herdsmen also cast aspersions on its capability to provide regional leadership and the public goods that a typical hegemon should be able to do. So what this means is that although both countries are acknowledged as significant players on the global stage, internal issues such as economic instability and security challenges prevent them from solidifying themselves as uncontested regional hegemons in Africa. Now, based on these challenges that I talk about and what I've said so far, I'm proposing that group hegemonic leadership provides a much more fitting model for understanding how power is organized and how it plays out, power dynamics in the continent. So the group hegemonic leadership is my refinement of the constituent elements of a regional hegemon in a typology by Sandra Price and Desradi, who gave a conceptual framework of ideal type strategies that regional powers pursue. Now, in this context, states with relatively superior power advantages and capability within a region can cooperate to exert influence on their regional neighbors through a robust foreign policy that enjoys a measure of acceptance by all members of that region, legitimacy and recognition based on the ideational leadership that they initiate and implement. When I say ideational, this is where soft power becomes very critical. Now, whether it is leader or follower initiated, the pursuit of common goals, such as by all members of the region, which are implemented by a group of leading states in the region, is the defining characteristic of group hegemonic leadership. So it is not that the group hegemon, like you see in the United States, will come up one morning and decide that this is what's going to happen. No, in group hegemonic leadership, you find each of the leaders conferring with their sub-regional members and articulating a common position on an issue and then bringing that to the fore and providing leadership, based on that. And my argument is that South Africa and Nigeria have jointly advanced Africa's interests in global forums, notably through their roles in pushing for reforms in the International Monetary Fund, the United Nations Security Council through the Ezulweni Consensus of 2005, which called for 2 permanent African seats in the United Nations Security Council. We've just seen the outgoing president of the United States, President Biden, actually advocate for that to happen. Whether this is something that President Trump will do remains to be seen. We see all of this. Now, what this means is that group hegemonic leadership, which entails cooperation among multiple regional actors like these both countries, offers a more suitable framework for African leadership than the traditional, states, single state hegemony. However, South Africa and Nigeria's ability to lead is compromised by domestic challenges and the complexities of Africa's geopolitical landscape. And this is why I will try and talk a bit about the challenges. So for one, both countries face significant internal constraints. Like I said, we talk about, apart from the economy in South Africa, the frequent xenophobic attacks, particularly targeting other Africans, undermine the Pan-African image that South Africa, tends to project, right? While Nigeria struggle with Boko Haram, like I said before, but now also including widespread poverty. As at the last count, over 40% of Nigerians live below the poverty line. So we are talking about almost.
Sorry, you have 1 minute left. Thank you.
Okay, so let me then conclude by saying that if we use the case of South Africa and Nigeria as case study, our analysis showed that neither of these two countries have what it takes to be regional hegemons, right? But we're saying that there's a possibility of formalizing the cooperative leadership roles that they're already playing in the continent and to give birth to what I call a group hegemony, where they're able to behave like hegemons, leveraging each other's unique advantage. And I'm saying that both countries already, now Africa already has candidates in both countries playing those leadership roles. And they're also cooperating to provide hegemonic leadership that drives and achieves common purpose goals for the continent. But this can be improved, and this is why I will stop. This can be improved on and expanded to include not just these two countries, but other regional dominant actors such as Egypt in North Africa, Kenya in East Africa, and Rwanda in Central Africa. So I'm saying that it is a plausible analytical lens for explaining and understanding Africa's international relations behavior and for understanding how the continent engages with other powerful countries of the world. So I will stop here and thank you for the time that you have given me.
Hello, Patrick. That was Professor, this was such an awesome message that presentation that you gave to us, because I was just wondering how Africa can be a group hegemon, but listening to you, it's made it very, very clear to me that one party or one country on the continent may not be able to do it, but together we may be able to collaborate as a bigger hegemon. I'll pass it over to Patrick, who would say a few words.
All right. Thank you very much, M, and thank you very much, Professor, once again. That was quite insightful. Hegemony, the dominance of some states over others, and the need to take leadership as Africans. Of course, that's a detail that we're lacking, and it would make the work of protocol much easier in terms of negotiations both on the African continent and as Africa engages into the outside world. Just one more comment from Mara from Egypt. Mara says a leadership should come from common understanding and respect, but no supremacy of any state. Mara, I think we shall have time, and Professor shall have time to respond to you. I wanted to put that one forward. But Professor, I can totally agree with you on the need to develop, to take this a little further, so that we get these soft skills, we argue as one as Africans, and the need for leadership in a structured manner seems to be important at this critical time. Those are my insights, and I thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you.
Over to you, M.
Oh, okay. On our next speaker, we're going to go straight on to the next speaker now. Our next speaker is Dr. Hope Dlamini, sorry. She's actually a youth policy analyst. Hope Dlamini, I should say, is a dynamic leader and advocate for youth, peace, and democracy with an academic background in international relations and political science. She serves as a moderator and board member at Project Youth South Africa and is a fellow of the International Youth Think Tank and a One Campaign advocate. She's also a project director at the International Society of Politics and former deputy president of MOVE SA. In addition, she holds a membership with the Youth Policy Committee at the Youth at SA2A and SABYA, and is a political analyst and writer for Youth Voices Matter. Her work focuses on youth-driven policy, governance, peace, and social change across various sectors of democracy, climate resilience, and security. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Ms. Hope Dlamini.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I trust that I am audible. And good morning and afternoon to everyone, wherever you're joining in the world. It is indeed a pleasure to be speaking today on a topic that I deem as very deeply important to Africa's future, being Ubuntu diplomacy. And I'd like to say that as Africa is facing an array of geopolitical and socio-economic issues and challenges, the principles of Ubuntu, technically being communalism, interconnectedness, and compassion, does offer a unique and powerful way forward in building and solidifying stronger and more resilient partnership within Africa. And today I will be unpacking on how Ubuntu's integration in diplomacy can help us foster solidarity within the African Union and also promote resilience in our continent. My presentation will mainly cover the true meaning of Ubuntu in diplomacy and its relevance to the African Union, mainly looking at the vital role of young people and their leadership in advancing Ubuntu diplomacy, and also looking at how soft power and Ubuntu diplomacy can equally serve each other as key critical instruments for security, peace building, and collective progress in Africa. May you kindly please proceed to the first slide. So, in terms of understanding Ubuntu diplomacy, it is very much important to look at it from the core in terms of what Ubuntu is. It is an African philosophy that emphasizes interconnectedness and also the level of human cooperation, as all human beings are critical in the concept of Ubuntu. The phrase "I am because we are" translates into Ngumuntu Ngabantu, which is derived from the Nguni language in South Africa, which is isiZulu, and also equivocally with isiXhosa. And it embodies the essence of Ubuntu in terms of recognizing the fact that our individual well-beings is intrinsically linked to the well-being of others. It is a call to foster harmony, empathy, and collaboration rather than competition. And I think in understanding the essence of Ubuntu, it is something that Africans can relate to in terms of the values, the morals, and principles that we abide by. And in terms of understanding Ubuntu diplomacy and what it means in the context of international relations, it refers to an approach to diplomacy that prioritizes mutual respect, understanding, and cooperative partnership over conflict and domination, which is rather a conventional tactic within the international community. It challenges this competitive and power-centric diplomatic framework that we often see in Western approaches and frameworks, and it rather then provides an alternative to understanding and formulating a more inclusive, community-driven method of international engagement. And I would also love to credit this amazing conception of Ubuntu diplomacy to Professor Christopher Isike, who's played a critical role in actually providing scholar understanding to the concept of Ubuntu diplomacy and how we can actually apply it in promoting African resilience. Now, the relevance of Ubuntu in diplomacy is profound in the fact that it looks at the globalized world and how countries are interconnected. What happens in one nation inevitably affects other nations too. And that is something that we can see currently in the ongoing wars within the international community, given that, of course, we do recognize that there are other wars that are rather forgotten and silenced, and there are others that are more recognized. And in terms of also understanding the principality of Ubuntu and its call for a collective responsibility and shared humanity, it becomes a powerful tool for navigating this complex diplomatic world and the relationships that exist. And in the context of Africa, it even offers a manner and a mechanism to actually address key issues such as external pressures and internalized divisions that exist due to, of course, the historical weakening of Africa's solidarity and common struggles of colonialism and apartheid. And furthermore, it is a tool that will provide us a way forward as a guide and direction towards establishing inclusive future frameworks that not only harmonizes but unifies Africa's identity and leadership within the international community. Kindly proceed to the second slide. Now, in understanding the African Union's mission, you can proceed to the next one. So in understanding the African Union's mission for unity and resilience, the African Union was founded to promote greater peace, unity, and prosperity across the continent. And its objectives in terms of fostering stronger economic integration and enhancement in security, and in also in eliminating the lingering effects of colonialism and apartheid, the AU seeks to build a continent where nations act in solidarity and where African problems are addressed in solutions rooted in our shared values. As we always say, African problems need to be addressed by African people. Now, in looking at this, we also need to acknowledge the fact that the noble goals of the African Union have faced significant challenges that have hindered its ability to realize this full potential and vision. And some of the critical influences and challenges that it has experienced mainly looks at it from the influence that comes from global powers externally that have often become disruptors in AU efforts. African nations are continuously seeking to actually establish themselves in a struggle of ideological and economic influence, which usually comes from the West. And in essence, with looking at how these political divisions between and within member states, it has led to fragmentation within the AU. And conflicts within nations and competing national interests can stall this collective action that the AU is trying to take on. Similarly, with the element of youth disenfranchisement remaining a pressing issue. And looking at the fact that Africa has one of the largest youth populations, taking more than 60% of young people under the age of 25, it is critical that we realize the full potential of youth leadership within driving forward and advancing Ubuntu diplomacy in creating a resilient African state. And in addition to that, how do we address the security threats that we face in Africa, ranging from terrorism to regional instability, which persists and undermines Africa's stability? Ubuntu diplomacy can play a critical role in addressing these issues, foremost by emphasizing Africa's collective strength and unity. Ubuntu enables African states to approach external pressures with a common voice, reducing fragmentation and asserting the African autonomy. It also provides a philosophy that promotes consensus and the well-being of all nations and communities, therefore overriding the culture of individual and national interest by actually promoting interstate cross-border relationship building and engagement that looks at consensus and a unified approach to addressing African problems. Ubuntu also promotes the high value of inclusion of all stakeholders and communities. It applies the principle to diplomacy by actually integrating young people and women and other marginalized demographics into decision making, recognizing all voices as key role players and agents in transformation in society. Ubuntu diplomacy can also give young people an active voice in shaping Africa's future, turning disenfranchised generations into empowered leaders, therefore also acknowledging the importance of intergenerational dialogue in terms of us working together, the old and new generation, in creating more sustainable solutions for the African future. It also mainly provides a peace and reconciliation framework, which is essential for resolving conflict and building stable society. Instead of focusing on military solutions, Ubuntu offers an approach that favors negotiation, mediation, and collective responsibility to ensure peace across the continent. Can you please move over to the second slide? So, as I've highlighted, that young people play a critical role in the advancement and efficiency of Ubuntu diplomacy. It also mainly focuses on us understanding that youth leadership in Ubuntu diplomacy emphasizes collaboration, empowerment, and community building. Young people, by virtue of their energetic, creative, and vibrant nature, brings in the interconnectedness within the global movements and well positions us to embrace and champion principles of Ubuntu. One of the most significant ways that young people can contribute is through peace building and conflict resolution. By centering African youth, which has already shown incredible potential in leading grassroots initiatives for peace and reconciliation in conflict zones, we are able to embody Ubuntu's call for actually healing and providing mutual respect, which enables us to bridge the divides and create lasting peace. Moreover, with youth integration into policymaking and decision-making, we are also creating ground for youth engagement in policymaking frameworks, which is essential. Through initiatives like the African Union Youth Envoy, young leaders are already contributing to shaping AU policies and being the fourth leaders in integrating Ubuntu principles into youth-led diplomacy, ensuring that decisions are not only made for people, but by the people. Please move over to the fourth slide. Next. Now, the most important part of this presentation is understanding soft power as an instrument of Ubuntu diplomacy and how we also integrate Ubuntu diplomacy in security and peace building. Now, in understanding soft power and how it plays a key role in Ubuntu diplomacy, it is also important to understand that traditional soft power, usually described by the ability to influence other nations through attraction, values, and culture, rather than force, as quoted by Joseph Nye. It is, however, important to understand that in the context of Africa, Ubuntu soft power goes beyond just influence. It is rooted in mutual respect and shared humanity. Now, as a form of soft power, Ubuntu actually focuses on building relationships and partnerships based on shared values. Instead of coercive measurements, it calls for Africa to leverage its rich cultural heritage, shared historical experiences, and its commitment to peace and also influencing international relationships. In the context of security and building, Ubuntu diplomacy provides us with a framework for non-violent conflict resolution, calling for an inclusive dialogue, reconciliation, and collective approach to peace, rather than focusing solely on military and coercive approaches and solutions. Now, taking into context the mandate and objectives of the AU with its peace and security mechanisms, by incorporating Ubuntu principles, we are able to foster long-term peace across the continent. A real-life example of this is looking at the AU's mediation efforts in conflict zones such as South Sudan and Central African Republic, showcasing how Ubuntu diplomacy can be applied in practice by emphasizing negotiation, inclusivity, and consensus building, which also is inclusive of representation of all key stakeholder groups. Now, in closing, I would like to actually emphasize the fact that we always speak about Pan-Africanism. However, it is really much important to also understand that the cooperation amongst all African states, despite the dynamic and unique complexities that we face, it is essential for us to be rooted in shared values and applying systems that will work for African people, speak and resonate with African people, and also be reflective of the aspirations of African people in how we would like to shape and be identified within the international community as thought leaders, as leaders who are able to equally contribute as soft power actors within the international community. Last slide. Now, in summary, I think that it's also important for us to come to understand that Ubuntu's role in peace building is critical in terms of us driving Ubuntu-driven peace initiatives across the continent in an advancing long-term sustainable peace. And the resilience against external influence, unity grounded in Ubuntu values, makes Africa less susceptible to external power dynamics, therefore reinforcing African autonomy. The inclusion of young people fosters sustainable development, peace, and values which transmit over across other generations. Therefore, by embedding Ubuntu in AU policies, we are then striving for a much better, unified, and transformative and resilient African continent and beyond, ensuring all partnerships are of mutual interest and mutual benefit. Last slide. On that note, thank you very much for listening to my presentation on Ubuntu diplomacy. And going forward, I would like to prompt that we all think about how we can collectively practice Ubuntu diplomacy as a soft power and being ambassadors for Africa within the international community, solidifying our unified transformation and also ensuring that our partnerships across all sectors and industry ensures that we as Africans are able to be strong in reinforcing our autonomy and ensuring peace and security resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Hope. This is such a wonderful presentation. I can't agree with you anymore that there's need for collectivity in solving African problems, and Ubuntu speaks to the heart of African culture. Certainly, we've had lots of engagements, both regional and continental, but we need to entrench Ubuntuism, the values that unite us together across borders. I mean, Ubuntuism talks to the culture of Africa, so we can harness it. You also brought about the detail of putting the youth at the center of some of these engagements. 60% of African population is in the youth, and there's a lot of work that we need to do there in engaging them to build bridges to make sure that Africa is better represented. Also, Africa, as we said, since this is Afriprotocol, an Afriprotocol online conference, Africa can better solve its problems. Of course, we have to keep picking lessons from elsewhere. So thank you very much. I've got another request from one of the participants, they say, please, could you share the presentation on their emails, but we shall work that one up front. Now, over to you, do you have an addition to Hope's wonderful presentation?
I think that was an excellent presentation. I was writing all along, and a few key words that stood out to me was the fact that using the youth to bring more collaboration and engagement. And she said something that I just thought that couldn't be passed over. Let me just see where I wrote it. She said, the youth has to be used in ensuring that there's more collaboration, more engagement, and more bringing about more power. And I thought that was so wonderful over there. And I think that if we can enable ourselves do that, that would work well for us as Africa and, international relations, what we do. This is so, you said, Ubuntu is a community diplomacy, and it talks about interconnectedness, and it's a harmonious coexistence rather than, power. And I thought that was wonderful, because you get young people to say, we can all collaborate together and work for the betterment of Africa. Thank you so much for that presentation there. Excellent presentation.
Thank you very much.
I really enjoyed it. Okay. Our next speaker is Mr. Feyishola Adetunji, who is a Director of Global Affairs and Strategic Partnerships at Crown Esther International in the United States. He will be discussing on the soft power as Africa's hidden strength, building bridges through cultural diplomacy. Mr. Feyishola Adetunji possesses extensive expertise in international business, diplomatic protocol, and education, with a track record of over 18 years, demonstrating comprehensive management, leadership, and administrative proficiency. His versatile background encompasses roles such as accomplished entrepreneur, astute political strategist, and education specialist, focusing on inclusion, vocational, and technical education. He caters to diverse clientele, including corporate entities, national governments, international dignitaries, aristocrats, chief executives, influential political figures, as well as he's an active member of Protocol and Diplomacy International, a protocol association, Washington Education and Cultural Attaché Association. He's also a member of other global and professional associations, and he remains deeply engaged in fostering excellence in his field. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Feyishola Adetunji, please.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I want to thank the organizer for having me here today. And this is a great platform. This has been showcasing issues related to protocol, and I think we appreciate it. I mean, we professionals, we appreciate this as we see it year after year. So it's an honor to speak today about a topic that holds immense potential for Africa. And I'll be speaking on soft power as Africa's hidden strength, building bridges through cultural diplomacy. So in the next 12 minutes, we will explore how Africa can lead the world, through its cultural legacy. So, and how each of us can play a part in this mission. So it's a privilege again to be here, and I'm excited to explore how Africa's cultural legacy can unite the world. So Africa is home to immense richness, and not just in natural resources, but in people, stories, and traditions. that have shaped global culture. Today, we will be talking through these cultural assets. When strategically harnessed, we all know it can build bridges and foster unity across nations. So I will dive into the presentation now. The next slide, please. Thank you. So our foundations of soft power. We'll start, with the basics. What exactly is soft power? Soft power, is a term coined by Joseph Nye, and it refers to ability to attract and co-opt rather than coerce. It's about winning hearts and minds using tools like culture, values, and foreign policies. Unlike military might, soft power influences through admiration and connection. So now, how does soft power connect to cultural diplomacy? That's a question that is often asked. So cultural diplomacy is about using a nation's cultural asset to foster understanding and goodwill across borders. So think of it as a bridge linking people and countries through shared cultural experiences. So if you take African perspective, what is really the perspective of Africa, towards soft power? In Africa, soft power is not an abstract concept. So not the way we've just defined it. It's deeply woven into our way of life. It's power of influence, and it's achieved through wisdom, dialogue, and respect. I call it WDR. Wisdom, dialogue, and respect. So as we all know, in many African communities, disputes are resolved in what is known as Palava Hut. So this is a sacred place where elders, family members, and community leaders gather to settle conflicts. No one raises their voice, everyone speaks, but only after listening to others. So let's think about how community leaders and local entrepreneurs advocate for development by influencing people, to support cooperation, or cooperative farming, trade initiatives, and small businesses. The ability to inspire trust and collective action is a form of soft power that leads to economic prosperity. So these are very critical to what we're talking about, especially when we mention Africa. This aspect of our interaction has gone a long way to really expose us and to enshrine, principle of respect in everything that we do. So the next slide, please. Thank you. So we're going to be looking at Africa historical legacy. We're going to be talking about cradle of civilization, musical revolution, storytelling traditions. So I'm just going to start with ancient Egypt, and what we know about the Pyramid of Giza. One of the 7 wonders of the world. So it stands as a testament of Africa's architectural brilliance. But Egypt's influence went beyond architecture. Egypt is also a masterpiece of philosophy and governance. So today, millions of tourists flock to Egypt to witness the grandeur of the pyramids, generating significant economic benefit to Africa as a nation. So, as a continent. So I'm just going to be talking about music as well. What has music done, to really help us showcase what we have in Africa, and how best African music has been, has traveled across borders, and the influence they've had so far. So African music is one of the most powerful examples of soft power in action, from traditional drum beats to contemporary Afrobeat. African rhythm have shaped global music genre like jazz, reggae, and hip hop. So when we talk about African music, from the historical perspective, we're talking about Fela Nicola Kuti. We're talking about Angelique Kidjo. Their contribution is so germane that even up to now, when you go, when you move here and there, even in the West, you keep listening, hearing their music everywhere. So that shows the kind of connection. And Fela's Afrobeat combined music with activism, challenging corruption and advocating for social justice. His influence reached beyond Nigeria, sparking movements worldwide. So you may also know that President Emmanuel Macron, developed his love for African music at Fela's Kalakuta Republic, while working at the French embassy in Lagos. So Macron's interest in African music is a testament to the magnetic power, fostering cultural diplomacy and mutual admiration. So I will also talk about Angelique Kidjo. She is a Grammy-winning singer from Benin Republic. She's a cultural ambassador who advocates for women's rights and education. So music, blending traditional African sound with global genres, promote cultural presentation and preservation, and also unity. So storytelling traditions as well, like those from the griot culture. This is a West African culture. It's a tradition prevalent in West Africa. Like I said, as we all know, storytelling is not just entertainment. It's a powerful tool for education, identity, and influence. So also, these examples highlight Africa's long-standing contributions to global culture. Beyond that, Africa is known for its hospitality, resilience, and creativity, traits that continues to showcase goodwill. So let's move to the next slide. Thank you. So African soft power in action. So soft sport diplomacy. We'll be talking about music influence in the contemporary world. We'll be talking about environmental leadership. So we've seen a lot of African athletes. They've showcased their talent internationally. So someone like Didier Drogba in 2005 used football to stop a civil war in Cote d'Ivoire, and as well as Eliud Kipchoge, who happens to be a marathon runner in Kenya. Then also contemporary music of Burna Boy, Angelique Kidjo, and the Platinum Diamonds of Tanzania, and a host of others. Africans are really showcasing everything, and they're advocating for social justice, and they are bringing the world together. This is also a very powerful tool of soft power. So, and also educators too. We are expected to look into Wangari Maathai's contribution as well. Maathai combined education with environmental activism. She mobilized movement to plant trees across Kenya, addressing both deforestation and poverty. So Maathai's work earned her the Nobel Prize, making her a symbol of environmental diplomacy. So we can also go ahead and talk about entrepreneurs like Aliko Dangote, who's showcasing Africa's economic potential, building trust and investment globally. So if we talk about this, we have to mention leaders as well, those that have contributed immensely to the progress of Africa. And then we will talk about soft power. We will always remember President Nelson Mandela, who happens to be a symbol of unity and reconciliation. And that reminds us of power of forgiveness and peace building. So Mandela's story is perhaps the most powerful example of soft power. So after spending 27 years in prison, he emerged as a symbol of forgiveness and reconciliation, leading South Africa through a peaceful transition from apartheid. His commitment to unity and peace inspired the world, emphasizing that the true leadership is rooted in compassion and understanding. So these individuals, showcase the essence of African soft power through their actions. They have influenced global conversation, inspired change, and fostered unity. Thank you. Let's move to the next slide. So now the next question is, how soft power could transform Africa. So how can we use soft power to transform Africa? This is like a vision for the future. I mean, what are we looking at? Imagine an Africa that lives not through by force or not, but through the strength of its culture, ideas, and global connections. by fully embracing soft power, we can unlock immense potential. We will explore some critical areas like cultural exchange, education, diplomacy, and diaspora leverage. So Africa is one of from vibrant festivals that we used to have. If we talk about cultural exchanges, we talk about vibrant festivals we used to have. We once had Festac in Nigeria, and then to the rich traditions of the Zulu and Maasai's, cultural exchanges allows us to share these treasures with the world. So showcasing art and festival is very critical as well. So imagine the annual art festival touring global cities. Events like Ghana's Year of Return have already shown how cultural tourism can boost economics and foster international goodwill. So cultural ambassadors. So if you look at artists, filmmakers, writers, they can also act as cultural ambassadors, telling authentic African stories that challenge stereotypes and celebrate our diversity. It is believed that in Africa, we do a lot that is not or that are not well known to the international community, especially when you travel, when you're in the West, you see a lot of stereotypes, people saying things about Africa. So it's basically an opportunity, some of these artists can leverage on soft power to really reach out and also, inform the world about who we are and our values as well. So education, diplomacy, like I said, there could be, research collaboration across the world. That is going on, and I feel our leaders need to also do more about that. So African scholars and institutions can lead global research initiatives addressing issues like climate change, health technology from an African perspective. So, if you look at Rwanda's partnership with global tech companies lately, you see that is creating a digital hub in Africa. And it's a great example of how education and innovation can go hand in hand. So also leveraging on diaspora network. This is very, very important because Africa's diaspora is a vast network of professionals, creatives, and activists, and Africans are spread across the globe. So, but by harnessing their influence, we can advocate for African interests and foster global connections. So, for example, the Ethiopian diaspora played a significant role in funding the construction of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, so demonstrating the power of collective action. So this is very critical for us to actually look into and to leverage on. Diaspora networks can always influence, positively and make things happen, in Africa. So also, we were supposed to be looking at something related to business diplomacy as well, but we're going to see that in our next slide. Next slide, please. So, thank you. So, uniting the world through African values. So, we are gifted. We are blessed with extreme powers. Extreme values. And soft power is not just about influence, like we all know. It's about leading with values that foster peace, collaboration, and justice. So Africa, with its rich heritage of community-centered values, is uniquely positioned to play a critical role in global peace building. So climate action and social justice. So, and we will briefly talk about the peace building initiatives. I think the previous presenter also mentioned that. So the continent's leadership in peace building can offer solutions rooted in cultural sensitivity and mutual understanding. So example is the African Union's role in conflict resolution, and then global leadership. We could export our peace building models, to the world for the world to also emulate, and also climate actions, collaborating on environmental solutions. So which is very much important. So example is Great Green Wall Initiative, then collaborations with United Nations on issues that are related to climate change. So social justice, that is about fostering global harmony through shared values. Africans' communal values, the Ubuntu, just like my previous speaker said, is in South Africa, which means I am because we are. The emphasis on collective well-being, which is very much
2 minutes
important.
left, please.
All right, so I will quickly jump to slide 7 now. Call to action. So let's talk about action. Soft power starts with each of us, and that is what is very much important here for leaders. Our leaders are supposed to champion cultural diplomacy initiatives. Invest in art, education, and sport diplomacy as well, like I've already mentioned earlier. So for individuals. That is, I'm talking about you and I. We have to use our personal platform to share African story, support African brands, music, and cultural programs. I won't be able to mention some other things here. I would quickly jump to the conclusion. Soft power in Africa, it's very important, and soft power is Africa's hidden strength, waiting to be fully harnessed. By uniting through cultural values and goodwill, we can position Africa as a leader in diplomacy. And together we can amplify Africa's voice and make a lasting impact on the world stage. So soft power, like I said, is not the responsibility of one person. It's a collective effort. Leaders, individuals, and the global community all have a role to play in championing Africa's story and building bridges across cultural diplomacy. So together, we can create a future where African voice is not only heard, but celebrated. Let's commit to telling our stories, supporting our culture, and leading with our values. The world is watching us, and it's time for Africa to shine. So thank you so much for your engagement, and we'll continue to bridge bridges across Africa. And thank you for having me.
Wow, what a wonderful presentation, M.
Yes,
Faisola,
it is.
thank you so
Absolutely
much
it
for
is.
those insights. I didn't know culture was that detailed in building bridges. Yeah, I see a lot of tech homes. I see local entrepreneurs trying to, local people who are leaders in our cultural settings, try to influence and negotiate for projects. That's diplomacy. We look at African music, things that we tend to take for granted, help to build bridges. So we are looking at icons, African icons like Mandela, standing out as ambassadors of peace, reconciliation, forgiveness through their soft power, which is typically an African thing. So thank you so much. I've got a couple of questions. One relates to the previous speaker, Donatas. He's saying, how can Ubuntu diplomacy solve Nigeria and South African hostilities? But Faisola, I see your presentation speaks into the presentation of the previous speakers. And thank you for keeping that tempo, yeah, and getting that cohesion. I want to thank you at a personal level. We've got Mr. Minabi here. His concern says, how do we use African soft power to make sure we navigate crises in Africa, such as climate change, migration, and global health issues? So over to you, Ems, your insights
Yes.
about this wonderful presentation.
Yes, I mean, you've said it all, so I'm just quickly going to round up. But I believe that our speakers can also log in and answer the questions on the comment section, so that it makes it easier for us to move on, if you don't mind. Yeah. Okay. We're going to move on to our next speaker. Another marvelous one there. Our next speaker is Miss Dahlia Raddy. She's a motivated MBA qualified strategic leader in export development field with a distinguished 25-year track record of success operating in multiple roles for both non-governmental organizations and private companies. Widely experienced managing multifunctional business development and export marketing teams, working effectively in multicultural and multilingual environments. Her expertise includes business development, talent development, capacity building, export market, and key project management credentials. Equipped with proven strategic planning skills, significant experience recruiting and developing highly professional teams, her ongoing professional journey in international trade plays a fundamental role in shaping her focus on promoting inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Dalia Raddy, speaking on navigating a sustainable future, a leader's perspective on institutional change. Dalia, please step up the stage.
Thank you. Thank you, Em, for the lovely introduction. Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests. It's a great honor to be part of the Afriprotocol event organized by the International Center for Protocol and Diplomacy. Today, I'm excited to share my insights on navigating a sustainable future for Africa from an institutional change perspective. Institutional change for better trade support services is the core of my current role as a team lead in one of the USAID trade projects in Egypt. I look forward to engaging with you all and discussing how we can collectively work towards a sustainable and prosperous future for our continent. Next slide, please. I'll be going through the content of my presentation. I'll be speaking today about the current landscape of international trade and development, the current global dynamic, and Africa's position in this trade landscape. The challenges and opportunities facing traders and exporters from Africa and trade support institutions as well, the strategic realignment needed for trade support institutions to navigate this complex trade landscape, and how we can strengthen our trade institution capacity and ensure long-term sustainability of these improved our enhancement. Next slide, please. Could trade be an engine for growth? This is a question we all ask ourselves when we go to our offices every day. Does trade has a power to improve and enhance the daily lives of our citizens in Africa? Next slide, please. If we look at the economic growth alphabet, we would find that trade is crucial as a crucial element for economic growth and poverty reduction. For nations to flourish, to prosper, you need to have a sustainable growth for its international trade across borders. It plays a significant role in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. Trade policies must promote inclusive growth, and this is something that all the diplomacy comes in, and commercial diplomacy in specific comes very crucial in achieving, promoting inclusive growth. Sustainable trade practices should consider environmental and social impact of trade, and as nations, as African nations, we should continue to collaborate to create a fair and equitable trade systems for our companies and for our exporters. Next slide, please. So, looking at the global dynamic of trade nowadays, there are new changes that has been happening the recent few years, and economy now is divided to a great deal by protectionism and security concerns, which is something that always happen when you have lots of geopolitics changes as it's happening right now. What is characterizing the global trade dynamics right now? First, its complexity. When national security and economic policy intersect, it always results in increased complexity of the trade ecosystem. You will find countries try to protect their borders. There is a lot of goods inspection that hinder the flow of trade. There is delays in the supply chains, interruptions. So it is a very complex situation for international trade nowadays, and we should be looking at how prepared are we in Africa to face these complexities. The other second distinction for the new dynamics of the global landscape in trade is being value focused. Many of African companies, of course I could speak about Egyptian companies, but since I've been working in the international trade for quite some time now, I know that Egypt and other African countries share some of these problems that we face all together in the international trade landscape. We focus on price sometimes and rather than value. And as long as we are focusing on price only, not value, or producing value, then you are always at war with price competitions. When you are always at war with price competition, it's so easily to lose this war, because in Africa in general, not only in Egypt, we don't have much economies of scale. So the new way to keep being competitive in the international trade landscape is that you should add value. You should look at growth opportunities. You should not only focus on developing a nice product and try to sell it with a good price. It doesn't work like that anymore in the international trade landscape. Companies should strategize, should navigate this evolving geo-economic landscape with lots of caution, because opportunities are massive, but threats are massive as well. The last thing is diversification. New trade landscape focuses on risk anticipation and diversifying rather than choosing sides. This is one thing I always noticed with international trade in the African continent. When you look at like trade partners, you would find, I'll speak about Egypt, you would find like there are for every sector major trade partners that hardly change over the years. And this is very dangerous in the current economic landscape, and we should be looking at. Next slide, please. So in the coming 4 slides, I'll try to go as quick as possible. I'm trying to show that when we all speak about sustainable trade and the SDGs and how we should be looking at the green agendas when we consider manufacturing and trade, it's great. This is what we should be doing, but it comes with other risks and other challenges, especially for countries that are less developed like us. Green agendas lead to new dependencies. What we mean by that is when you go into sustainable technologies, like to be competitive now, to be compliant with the green agendas, you would want to go into green energies. You would want to work with solar cells, with wind turbines. But this gets us into new dependencies in trade. Because if we look at the critical minerals that are used for producing these green energies, you will find them focused, as you look at the graphs, you will find them focused in few countries. Actually, the total is around 16 countries between mining and processing, but the processing, which brings us to the product that's used in sustainable energy, is mostly located in 2 countries, or maybe 1 country, 2 or 3 countries. So these dependencies is kind of a threat. So the changes comes with a different challenge for us as an African nation. Next slide, please. So what we learned from this graph is like we can always find a way. When there is like a dispute, let's not say a war, between China and the United States in trade, and putting lots of restriction on the trade from China to US, what did China do? They found more expensive but more resilient trade corridors. They changed how they trade with the US. They exported to Vietnam, Malaysia, Thailand, and Mexico, and these countries re-exported to the US. So trade is always finding a way if there is a will. So next slide, please. Working in trade for the past almost 20 years, I see a lot of changes that happening in the trends of international trade, and digitization and e-commerce is one of them. But it comes in less developed countries with lots of restrictions and trade barriers. This time it's digital trade barriers. If we look at this chart, a pie chart, you will find that trade barriers are varying from infrastructure to electronic transactions, payment obstacles, and this and that. So growth in trade and e-commerce now is driven by investment in emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, the metaverse, digital enablement for e-commerce. So to be competitive nowadays in this world of economic trade, you should be looking at digitization as well. Next slide, please. So looking at this diagram, there is a foundation called the Heinrich Foundation that looks at what we call sustainable trade index. They measure 30 economies in this chart, looking at their progress in 2024 on 3 pillars to call them advanced in the sustainable trade index. Unfortunately, I couldn't find an African country in this diagram. This is not a call for pessimism about our future as an African nation, but to look at what other countries are looking at to be able to be competitive in the future of international trade. Next slide, please. So the Sustainable Trade Index usually look at or categorizes the top performing countries over 3 pillars: economic, societal, and environmental. For the economic, to be able to advance on this index, you need to have, as a country, strong technological infrastructure, innovation, efficient trade policies, robust GDP growth, controlled inflation, labor force expansion, and diversification in exports and trading partners. On the societal pillar, you have to prioritize labor rights, political stability, and social mobility. You have to promote for inclusive growth, safeguard labor standards, and provide quality healthcare and education for your labor force, create a resilient workforce. On the environmental axis, strong environmental regulations and commitment to environmental agreements, effectively managing carbon emissions, pollution levels, and prioritizing renewable energy sources. Next slide, please. So quickly, if we look at our position as an African continent, in this graph below, you will find how continents are growing by GDP between 1970 and 2022. You would find like Africa, South America, and Oceania on the lower side of the graph, unfortunately not growing much in the course of like almost 50 years and a little more. 80%, 18.930% of the world population, Africa, and only 5.23 of the world GDP. I don't want to get you into lots of details in the table, but I'm happy to answer any questions later. In the table above, countries are divided by, continents are divided or categorized by their GDP, the nominal one and the one related to purchasing power parity.
1 minute left, please. Thank you.
Okay. So next slide, please. this slide, it goes into trade agreements and it shows the shift of power according to the trade agreement, looking at the new trade bloc that's formed between 15 Asian and Pacific nations. Next slide. One other thing that's very important to look at, that exports and trade sometimes come at the expense of the staple foods for countries. And in this graph, you would find that the African continent is mostly either an import dependent or severely import dependent for the basic food requirements, which is a challenge for us as an African nation. Next slide, please. I will not go into the challenges facing trade support institutions like export organization, export promotion organization, because it mostly ranges between limited resources and knowledge gap, but I'll be looking at the opportunities. Next slide, please. We have to work on strategic alignment of the services of trade support institutions and the national and regional trade objectives, looking at increasing the capacity of staff in trade support institutions, adopting technologies, customer relationship management systems, leveraging global best practices to achieve advancement in trade, and considering sustainability initiative and leveraging on public-private partnerships. Next slide. So I can move to the following slide, Ricky, to manage time. So eventually, all trade support institutions in Africa should be looking on providing the optimal service portfolio for their companies to be able to advance in trade, ranging from export readiness program, e-commerce support, simplified custom procedure, fair trade certification, trainings and workshop, technical assistance, and collaborative projects. Next slide. This is all about capacity building of trade support institutions. I can answer any question related to that later. Next slide, please. Leveraging international expertise. Next year, when we have this wonderful gathering, I would like to be looking at international expertise from Africa, because all of us sometimes when we look at a benchmark in trade support institution and trade, we look outside of the continent. My hope for this wonderful continent and all the wonderful African countries is to have a role model trade support institution that supports trade and support the economic growth of Africa. Thank you so much. I don't want to take much more of your time to manage the time. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you very, very, very much, Daly. That was such a wonderful, technical, and well-grounded presentation. Thank you so much for the insights through economic diplomacy and trade diplomacy, so much at the heart of us at ICPD. We thank you so much. I would like to invite M. Do you have any comments about Radi's presentation before I make my own comments, please? M. All right. No, thank you very much. I think I can see the network. I think is playing up, but would like to thank you. So, can you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you perfectly. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Radi, for this very technical.
Thank you, Dr.
Exactly, presentation. We've got some questions. I think Ricky is going to inbox you about some questions that are coming through. I would like at this point to invite Honorable Patricia, because we're trying to manage time, to close this morning session. So, but please, we encourage you ready to keep on the platform, because we've got so much for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
Wrap up this session, please. Honorable Patricia Devine is at International Center for Protocol and Diplomacy. So she's coming here to wind up the morning session, please. Honorable Patricia, over to you.
Patricia's video looks frozen. Agnes, would you like to join?
Yes, thank you very much. I really
technical
appreciate.
Support is trying to. All right, Agnes, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the wonderful presentations and all the time, the effort, the wonderful insights, the wealth of knowledge that was shared with us today. We really appreciate your time and also your availability to contribute to this noble cause of building up a network of subject matter experts dedicated to protocol diplomacy within the Sustainable Development Goals framework. So we have heard so much that was spoken this morning. We would like to ask you to also log into the YouTube live channel to present your questions there, also to comment there, and to continue connecting on LinkedIn and on other networks as well. So the next step is that we are going to take 15 minutes break. So Patricia is going to take over and she's going to close the first session. Thank you very much.
Video still appears down.
So in case the video is not going to work, I would like to close the session and then invite you to log in back in 15 minutes or just to stay logged in, and we are going to start with the next speakers later on. Is there any other comments, Patrick or Em, that you would like to share at this point?
No, that seems to be all on my side. That was such a great session, very good and insightful presentations right from the start up to the end. And I would like to thank all the presenters heartily for a work well done. Thank you. We can meet again in the next 15 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. We will meet in 15 minutes. Thank you, Ricky. Over to you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining. We are pleased to present the next speakers. Patricia, would you like to say a few words, or shall we go ahead with the bio?
Thank you. Just to say thank you, everyone, for attending this session, which has been really brilliant. And we just want to use the opportunity to thank all our speakers once again who's really giving us their best. And we'll go straight into the second session. So let's read the bios very quickly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I was confirmed that our next speaker is already waiting in the room. So I would like to present the biography of Ms. Georgina Mugerba. She is the Acting Assistant Commissioner at World Trade Organization, or WTO for short, in the role of Enhanced Integrated Framework National Coordinator at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives based in Uganda. For the past 18 years, she has served as the Principal Commercial Officer, the head of multilateral trade negotiations at the WTO, Head of Services and Intellectual Property Negotiations in the East African Community, or EAC, the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, COMESA, and the African Continental Free Trade Area, or AFCTA, as well as Donor Coordinator on Trade Facilitation Matters. Please, Ms. Georgina, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I would like to thank you, the team from icpd, for inviting me to be part of this session. And it's been a pleasure to participate in this conference. And I look forward to sharing my views on the trade and investment framework within the African Continental Free Trade Area. So my presentation is looking at how we can foster an enabled business environment within Africa. And I would like to share our experience for those that are coming from other regions. I think it will be quite interesting to see what the African continent is doing in terms of providing that business environment for the private sector and other investors to come and thrive within our communities. Next slide, please. So we do have a historical background and journey that is embedded within the political arm of our countries. And of course, it is enshrined within the protocols of diplomacy, where we have agreed as an African Union Assembly, which is composing of the heads of state and the government. And within the African framework, we have agreed to cooperate in areas of trade and overcoming barriers to the flow of trade, improve on our deliverance of services and capital, and allow people to cross the borders within the African continent. In addition, we've also agreed to share and manage our resources, achieve peace and security, and spur innovation and attract investment in the region. And that is embedded within the African agenda, that is the 2063 agenda for the African Union. And countries have also agreed to build adequate infrastructure, promote industrialization, and ensure that we are supportive of regional value chains and inclusion of women, youth, human rights, and of course, support democratic initiatives. But above all, we need that we agree that we are able to strengthen our African economic and commercial aspirations and democracy within the region. So with that agenda of 2063, African Union agreed to spearhead the session on business and investment. Next slide, please. So having agreed within the bigger vision of Africa, the countries then within their political leadership decided that we need now to implement what we have visioned out as Africa and come up with an agreement that will be able to enable us to trade amongst each other, improve our intra-African trade and investment, and therefore agreed to come up with an African continental free trade area, which is an agreement that allows for free movement of trade among ourselves and free movement of services. So this decision was established and ideally taken on board in January 2012 during the heads of state summit. Next slide, please. And it was also the agreement itself that allows for free movement of goods and services was signed during the 10th Extraordinary Summit of the African Union Assembly in Kigali, Rwanda, in 2018. And looking at that momento event, we realized that 54 countries signed the agreement apart from Eritrea. 54 countries out of 55 countries of the African Union signed the agreement, showing a collective voice from our political head leadership and showing an interest for the African countries to come together and establish a free market, a single market within the African continent. And as I present today, there are 48 countries that have ratified that agreement, which shows that there is movement and commitment to the initiative. And if you look at 55 countries within Africa and 54 have signed, it shows that it will be the world's largest regional trading bloc by membership in the entire globe. And there's a lot that we as Africans expect from this initiative. Next slide, please. We do hope that what we have signed and ratified within our constituencies is able to deliver onto in terms of building that bigger vision 2063 of the African Union. Currently, if you look at the African market, we have 1.3 billion people with a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion US dollars. We do think that this agreement would actually build on what is already existing, because we do have 8 regional economic communities within the African continent. So there's a lot that has been done in the different regional communities. So the regional communities will play as a stepping stone for us to achieve the African continental free trade area. And the agreement itself entered into force on the 30th of May, 2019, when 22 countries ratified. At that point in time is when the agreement came into force. And right now in 2021, the countries agreed to trade under the CFTA regime and try to demonstrate how active it can be in terms of delivering our initiatives. Next slide. So where are we as Africa in terms of our trade in business environment? When you look at the statistics on trade, Africa's international trade is around 2.3 of the global exports. We currently export a lot of primary products in the global market, and a few of them are from the natural resources. But when you look at our intra-African trade, we have a lot of potential to increase it to almost 22 billion US dollars, according to International Trade Center. And when you look at the values from 2021 up to 2023, there's been an improvement in terms of intra-African trade, looking at the statistics from 68.9 billion to around 81.4 billion pounds in the last 3 years. There's potential to improve. Some do say that it is around 14-15%, and others do say it has increased up to around 17%. It's debatable, but I do think there is that trajectory of change and increase in terms of intra-African trade. But surprisingly, when you look at what we are exporting amongst ourselves, it's mostly transformed, diversified, and technologically improved products as well as services. Interestingly, compared to what we export in the international world. So there's room for us to accept what we produce as African countries. And many of the products that we do exchange amongst ourselves are precious stones, iron and steel, plastics, electrical machinery, fertilizers, and of course some other agricultural processed products like sugars, and agricultural produce, which is a lot in potential for our countries, that we have a lot of natural resources. We do have agricultural products in most of our countries, and of course we find that most of them are having access to other territories within the region. When you look at the potential that we do have, a study was done by, of course, International Trade Center, that Africa has 94 potential value chains. And interestingly, some of those value chains are helping to strengthen our regional integration and achieving economic development. And when we look at some of those regional value chains, some of them are specific to women and small and medium enterprises in the areas of pharmaceuticals, cotton clothing, in automotives, as well as in the production, as well as an export of baby food. So there's a lot of potential within the African market to be able to export amongst each other, to build our economic market, and to provide that enabling environment for the private sector. Next slide, please. And where are we in terms of realizing our African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement that we signed and that has come into force? We have been able to negotiate a number of protocols. In total, we do have 8 trade protocols that we have adopted. They have been adopted by the heads of state, and among the 8, the three of them have been they were part of the initial stage of developing the CFTA agreement. So they came into force on the 30th of May 2019. That is the Protocol on Trade in Goods that allows for the free movement of goods amongst ourselves. I'll get into the discussion on that protocol, the one on trade in services, as well as the rules and procedures on the settlement of disputes. Those ones came into force at on the 30th when we achieved the number for ratification. Then the remaining 5 protocols are yet to be ratified by member states, and we expect that there will be momentum in that regard to have these also come into place and allow for competition, investment, digital trade, and intellectual property amongst ourselves. So next slide, please. So what details what we have done under the Protocol on Trade in Goods within the African Continental Free Trade Area? We are looking at our vision to create a single market for Africa, where we are saying, can we eliminate all barriers regarding to merchandise trade? Can we allow for free movement of goods and services? And in this, of course, we have opened up 90% of our tariff lines. Those are import duties. And for the next 10 years for LDCs and 5 years for developing countries within the African continent. And there are those products which we say they are still sensitive to us because they are part of our food security, national security, their source of revenue. We categorize them as sensitive products. And we have agreed that within the next 13 years, we allow for removal of tariff lines, and that is for LDCs, and 10 years for developing countries. So
1
within
minute left, please.
1 minute?
Yeah. Okay, let's take 2 minutes. I couldn't reach you earlier.
So we have opened up that opportunity for us to be able to trade amongst ourselves and enter into those modalities under trade in goods. And next slide, please. I run through under trading services as well. We have liberalized 5 sectors: financial services, transport, tourism, business, professional services, and communication services, to allow for ourselves to recognize our standards for professionals and also to build the infrastructure that is needed to exchange our goods and services under the African continent. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We do have a protocol on investments that allows for intra-African investment opportunities amongst ourselves, to protect investments for our people, and provide a legal environment that allow for the settlement of disputes in case of any disputes that may arise out of investment. And priorities sector for this is industrialization, automotive, pharmaceuticals, transport, logistics, and agribusiness. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And we do have a protocol on digital trade that looks at connectivity, infrastructure, allowing for market access of digital assets and products, regulation of digital space, digital inclusion for those that need that support, and embracing emerging technologies to provide for businesses to thrive, and issues relating to data governance, interoperability of payment systems. And of course, in having this protocol in place, we take cognizance of the fact that we have to have a legal and regulatory framework. We need to have digital infrastructure. We need to educate our masses, and we are making steps to do this. Next slide, please. And we do have a protocol on competition that will also try to kind of try to regulate competition within the African continent, and of course it prohibits anti-competitive practices like price fixing and mergers and acquisition, unfair trade practices within the African continent. Quite important for us to have that competition regime to kind of regulate what we have in place, and we hope to set up an African Competition Authority and a tribunal to allow for investor confidence. Next slide, please. And lastly, we have a protocol on women and youth in trade that looks at inclusiveness, equal participation of women in digital trade, as well as in other agendas of trade, helping them to formalize their businesses, and how to allow them to also be participate in the regional value chains and representation in our engagements, both at the national and the regional level, and support them in other initiatives as well as their financial as well as capacity building engagements. So that protocol is very important to support our women who are marginalized as well as the youth. It's called the Women and Youth Trade Protocol. And lastly, as I conclude, next slide, please. We have another protocol on intellectual property rights. Also, it's looking at establishing harmonized rules in terms of protecting our innovations, creativity, and fostering IPR enforcement within the African continent, allow for industrialization of enhancing science and technology, but also protecting innovations that come into the digital space, technology in the value chains. So there is this protocol that will also be supportive of our creative and cultural industries and facilitating access to knowledge, as well as public health needs and priorities. Next slide, please. So I'm running through, and lastly, the protocol rules and procedures on dispute settlement, as we allow for all, when you open a market and allow businesses to operate, you're able to you're bound to find disputes arising, and so there's dispute settlement protocol that guides on how this will be handled between the different state parties within Africa, and the procedures that will be involved, and everything that will be taken in terms of disputes and the necessary responsibilities of the different state parties. So ideally, next slide, those are the 8 protocols within the African CFTA framework. And like I said initially, it is headed by the heads of state, or the same assembly of the heads of state, and the government of the African Union, who provide the oversight, strategic guidance. Then we have the Council of Ministers that take these decisions, the trade officials that implement the decisions of the Council of Ministers, and then the Secretary takes on the responsibilities to prepare the documents and also provide a structure for us to negotiate. So that is the institutional framework, and decisions are taken by consensus. There is diplomacy and commitment from all states to ensure that we provide an enabling environment for businesses to strive and exchange amongst one another. Next slide, or last slide, please. So I conclude that with a tone from United Nations Development Program, that is UNDP, that says that the realization of the CFTA and fostering an enabled business environment will depend on the decisive actions and collective efforts of the African people. And you can see that there has been, since the signing of the agreement, there has been commitment from the different countries to ensure that we implement the agreement, and we provide an enabling environment for the private sector to thrive, for the government to work together and ensure that we remove barriers to trade. We provide opportunities for investment. We create an enabling environment for the African people to move across the continent, for the capital to be moved from one country to another. So it is the initiative that we have embarked on, and it's a journey that we are proud to have taken as Africans. And thank you for listening to me. I submit to the chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Georgina. Such a wonderful presentation. Thank you for bringing us up to speed with whatever is taking place at the African trading bloc. And thank you for all the good work and whatever you're doing at the other 8 regional blocks within Africa. I would like to invite my colleague, M. Battels. M?
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay, you're right here. Okay.
I'm right here. Okay.
Yeah. I was just thinking a big thank you to Georgina just before you came in for her wonderful presentation. She's so technical, and she has been a member of in the negotiations of all the regional communities, the regional trading communities in Africa, the 8 of them, and now at the African body, but of course based in Uganda. So Georgina, thank you so much for bringing us up to speed and showing the diplomacy and the steps that are being taken at such a very important platform of engagement. So M, I invite you to carry on.
I will just, without much ado, introduce our next speaker. She's also quite known on this platform. It's Philippa Lawrence. She's a protocol expert, United Nations Institute for Research in Jamaica, and she's going to be speaking on the power of protocol as soft power. A little bio on Philippa. Ms. Philippa Lawrence is an accomplished international relations professional with a proven track record worldwide, including Austria, the Caribbean and Central America, and the United States as well. For the past 20 years, she served as a career diplomat and international civil servant with the United Nations, the Caribbean Community Regional servant with the United Nations, Caribbean Community Regional Secretariat, and the Jamaican Foreign Service in the areas of international relations, diplomacy, representation, coordination, political analysis, research and policy analysis, administration, program management, budgeting, external relations, and foreign policy development, policy reporting, bilateral, multilateral negotiations, and consultations. She's also very well involved in ceremonial protocol and event management, conference servicing and management, as well as international organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Miss Philippa Lawrence in her presentation on the power of protocol as soft power. Philippa, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Emma. It is indeed a pleasure to be here today, and I want to thank ICPD and its supporters for inviting me to speak on African multilateralism, the power of protocol as a soft power. Now, before I start, I will start with protocol as a soft power and then move into how it impacts on African multilateralism. So protocol in the context of multilateralism functions as a soft power tool by shaping diplomatic interactions and fostering cooperation among states. Soft power refers to the ability of a country to influence others through non-coercive means, such as culture, values, and diplomacy, rather than through military or economic force. Here are several ways in which protocol plays a role as a soft power tool in multilateral settings. 1. It enhances diplomatic relations. Protocol governs the formalities and ceremonies in international meetings, ensuring that interactions are conducted with respect and trust. This fosters an atmosphere of mutual respect and trust, which is essential for effective multilateral cooperation. Countries that observe proper protocol demonstrate their commitment to diplomacy and respect for other cultures, enhancing their global image. Secondly, it sets the standards for conduct. Protocol establishes rules and guidelines for how international negotiations, summits, and diplomatic visits are structured. By adhering to these standards, nations signal their commitment to international norms and agreements, contributing to a sense of fairness and predictability in multilateral relations. This helps build a stable diplomatic environment where dialogue and collaboration can thrive. Building reputation and influence is number 3. Nations that excel at protocol by demonstrating attention to detail and cultural awareness can build a reputation as responsible and diplomatic actors on the world stage. This enhances their influence in multilateral settings, where reputation and credibility are key to shaping outcomes. Countries that master protocol are often perceived as more trustworthy and effective in negotiations. Please note that master protocol are often perceived as more trustworthy and effective in negotiations. Number 4, facilitating inclusivity and equality. So protocol can help ensure that all countries, regardless of their power or size, are treated with respect and given a voice in multilateral discussions. By establishing a system of rank and precedence and international meetings, protocol helps prevent the marginalization of smaller or less powerful nations. This inclusivity is essential in multilateralism, where the legitimacy of outcomes often depends on the active participation of all members. And then number 5, cultural diplomacy and influence. Protocol also acts as a vehicle for cultural diplomacy. Countries can use formal events such as state visits, summits, or diplomatic functions to showcase their culture, values, and traditions. This soft power tool allows nations to exert influence through attraction rather than coercion, thereby enhancing their global standing and fostering goodwill. And lastly, managing conflict and cooperation. In multilateral negotiations, protocol can help manage conflict and build consensus. By following established rules of engagement, countries are less likely to escalate tensions or misunderstandings. Instead, protocol ensures that discussions are conducted in a manner that respects each party's interests, hoping to create an atmosphere where cooperation can flourish. So, in concluding this first part of my statement, protocol in multilateralism is not just about ceremonial aspects, but is a vital tool in shaping diplomatic discourse, reinforcing soft power, and contributing to the effectiveness of international cooperation. It fosters mutual respect, builds trust, and allows countries to influence others without resorting to force and cooperation. So we get to the second stage of my presentation. How does this impact African multilateralism? So African multilateralism refers to the collaborative efforts of African countries to address common issues, enhance unity, and promote collective development through regional and continental institutions such as the African Union, the Economic Community of West African States, the Southern African Development Corporation, and others. A key aspect of African multilateralism is use of protocols, which we heard about from the speakers who preceded me, which serve as formal agreements, guidelines, or frameworks that member states adhere to in their interactions, cooperation, and decision-making processes. These protocols can significantly enhance Africa's influence on the global stage by harnessing the power of soft power. The power of protocol in African multilateralism. 1. Standardization of norms and expectations. Protocols help establish common standards and expectations for behavior among African nations. They provide guidelines for diplomatic conduct, conflict resolution, trade, and security cooperation, which fosters a sense of unity and shared efforts. Human and people's rights sets a common standard for human rights across the continent. These shared norms can make African countries more attractive to external partners who value stability and cooperation. Diplomatic leverage. Through multilateral agreements, African countries collectively gain diplomatic leverage that they may not have individually. Use of protocol allows the continent to present a united front on global issues such as climate change, trade, security, and peacekeeping. For instance, through its protocols, African Union's Peace and Security Council, through its protocols, has allowed Africa to lead peacekeeping operations in hotspots like Darfur and Somalia, enhancing the continent's diplomatic stature. Cultural and institutional influence is another impact. The adherence to protocols in various multilateral institutions not only reflects political unity, but also strengthens Africa's cultural identity and influence. As African states increasingly rely on shared cultural values, historical ties, and collective interests, their multilateral actions become an expression of soft power. The emphasis on diplomacy, negotiation, and peaceful resolution within the framework of regional institutions like the African Union fosters a positive image of Africa as a cooperative and proactive continent in global government. Then we have soft power and regional integration. The use of protocols also accelerates regional integration, fostering stronger economic and political ties between African countries. So as we heard from the previous speaker, the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, for example, is a protocol that enables greater economic collaboration among African nations. By promoting trade and investment within Africa, this protocol enhances Africa's stability to project soft power as it demonstrates Africa's potential as a market and a unified voice in global economic affairs. Then we have conflict resolution and stability. Protocols, especially in the area of conflict prevention and resolution, give African countries the tools and legitimacy to resolve disputes without external interference. Regional protocols such as the ECOWAS Protocol on Non-Aggression and the Peace and Security Council of the African Union create structures for peaceful resolution of conflicts within the continent. By showcasing Africa's capacity to address its own challenges, these protocols improve the continent's soft power as Africa is seen as an actor capable of managing its own affairs and contributing to global peace. And lastly, promotion of African unity. Protocols act as a vehicle for fostering Pan-Africanism, the idea of a unified Africa. The African Union's Constitutive Act, for example, is a protocol that reflects the goal of creating a united, strong, and self-reliant Africa. This focus on unity and self-determination enhances Africa's voice in global matters, whether it is in the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, or other international forums. So in conclusion, the power of protocol in African multilateralism lies in its ability to unite African nations around common causes, providing a framework for cooperation that enhances their collective bargaining power. By creating a stable, predictable environment for diplomatic engagement and regional corporations, protocols become a form of soft power that amplifies Africa's influence in global affairs. Through multilateralism and the strategic use of protocols, Africa can assert its presence on the world stage, advancing both its political and economic interests in a way that promotes peace, stability, and development across the continent. Thank you very much for listening to me, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Patrick, can you just say something briefly about this?
Now, I would like to thank Her Excellency for a very wonderful paper. That's a very good to-do list for all of us. What wonderful takeaways for this wonderful audience. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Please keep online until we close.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Over to you, Em.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ambassador Elijah Onyegba. He's an ambassador, PhD holder, ambassador extraordinary, and plenipotentiary to the Republic of Burundi and Federal Republic of Nigeria. Ambassador Elijah Onyegba has a PhD in economics, public policy from the prestigious Atlantic International University, Hawaii, USA. He's also an economist by training and has an MBA in finance with over 17 years experience in commercial, corporate, retail, mortgage, banking, real estate, research, marketing, and leadership, being one of Nigeria's youngest ambassador to represent the region by all across Nigeria, across political, state, and ethnic divide. He's an expert in structuring and advising on construction, Finance deals with specialty in residential affordable housing projects. He developed his career mainly in the banking sector, including the former Equatorial Trust Bank, now Sterling Bank PLC, Bond Bank, now Sky Bank, and Platinum Bank, now Keystone Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome onto the stage His Excellency Ambassador Elijah Onyekba.
Thank you so very much, and a very good afternoon to you all. First, let me start by appreciating the organizers of this program, icpd, the International Center for Protocol and Diplomacy. It's a very good thing that you are putting together these erudite speakers across the length and breadth of Africa and beyond to be able to discuss some of these issues. And I must say that we must rise up from this conversation with a view to beginning to do. Africa is not short of document and conversation. Africa needs to move from too much of talking and gravitate towards performance and doing. So that's obviously one of the key takings from this conversation. And I must also give credence to other speakers that have spoken before me. I've been here for a while now, and I've listened through very erudite speakers discussing various issues ranging from AFTA to this protocol multilateralism issue from the immediate past speaker, Her Excellency. So thank you so very much. I've been called to discuss strengthening Africa's global presence and cultural influence. And if you may like to put up the slides, we can start from there. Africa is made up of 54 countries and clearly different cultures, different people. And this presentation tries to explore the strategies to amplify Africa's global presence and cultural influence, showcasing its diverse contribution to the world and driving positive change. The next slide, please. You may want to begin to ask, what has Africa got to, what has Africa got to offer the world? This is a continent that I classify as a continent of untold stories. Africa boasts of a rich tapestry of diverse cultures, languages, tradition, and natural wonders, each with its unique narrative waiting to be shared. And if I may delve into this a little bit, I'm from Nigeria. I'm the immediate past Nigerian ambassador to the Republic of Burundi. Nigeria has got over 300 tribes, speaking over 250 different distinct languages, with different cultures. I'm actually from the southeastern part of Nigeria, and that's why you see me dressed in white and having a red cap. This is actually a representation of my culture, where I come from. From various parts of the country, here in Nigeria, for example, just by the dressing, by the kind of fashion they put on, you can easily identify that this person is from northern Nigeria, this person is from southwestern Nigeria, this person is from southeastern Nigeria, and so on. And this is also the same with what you find across the length and breadth of Africa. So it's a continent that boasts of diverse cultures, fashion, traditions, and indeed the natural wonders that are waiting to be shared. So what we're trying to do, or the conversation around this, is to try to build a story around our heritage and try to make it attractive for the world to know, because they actually do not know. When you discuss, in my sojourn across, while I was studying in the United States, for example, or when I get involved in some of the conversation outside Africa, you see that the prism through which they view the continent is pretty much very limited. And that's why I must applaud icpd for putting this together, so that we can begin to elevate this conversation for people to begin to understand. We are also looking at exploring ways how we can unleash the untapped potentials within the continent. So beyond our heritage, Africa possesses immense economic potential. We are about 1.4 billion people. This is a big market. This is a very big market. And that's why I like the conversation around AFTA. But what I must add to that conversation is that we must move AFTA beyond policy documentation and signing of documents, ratification of, and all of these things, to begin to also look at how we can improve on our infrastructure. Because for as long as those documents are there, for intra-Africa trade to make sense, we must construct our roads from, say, Lagos, Nigeria, down to Johannesburg. We must construct our roads from Cairo straight down to Zimbabwe. We must find a way to ensure that transportation within the continent is made easier. We must find a way to ensure that there are planes that can fly our local routes. Right now, you find out that if you want to move from Africa to one African country to another, sometimes you spend 2, 3, 4 days to be able to get that movement to happen. Sometimes you will fly out of the continent, first of all, go to Europe before you come back to Africa. So there are issues that has to be addressed, and leadership within the continent must begin to do. And next slide, please. Next slide, please. Now, you may have to ask, are we showcasing, what is Africa showing to the world? What's our contribution, basically? And I like to, look at that in the form of arts and music. For example, let me take arts, for example. Quite a lot of Africa is doing well in arts. If you travel across the length and breadth of Africa, there are so many artworks that, some of them actually they're stolen. Some of our works in Nigeria, the Benin arts works, and some of this bronze were all stolen, sometime in the form of civilization, and were taken out of the continent. And right now, I think some of them are being returned now, and so on and so forth. So these are some of the things that Africa brings to the table. Very unique, pieces that are scattered all over the world. And even Nigeria and quite a few other African countries, a lot of our artists are doing well. Some of them are late now, but some of their work speaks volumes. Do I move into music? We can talk about Afrobeats. We can talk about Amapiano. We can talk about Ojapiano. We can talk about, how different, genres that are operational within the continent are making waves and gaining global recognition. You can see how artists are beginning to win, Grammy Awards. You can talk about Angelique Kidjo. You can talk about Burna Boy. You can talk about Davido. You can talk about Wizkid, and quite a lot of these, arts and music. Some of these, are superstars that are making wave globally. These are the things that Africa brings to the table. You can also move into films, for example. And Nollywood is the third largest film market in the world after Hollywood and Bollywood. So obviously, if you're an African, I'm sure Nollywood is not new to you. These are ways, and these are the ways that we believe that we've got to, get the recognition, or these are the things that we are bringing to be able to expand the influence we have in the globe. We can also even move that same conversation to fashion, for example. You can also see Nigerian fashion. I mean, what I'm wearing now, African fashion, for example, is an African fashion. Quite a lot of, I usually encourage even Africans in diaspora to try and also, try to put on African wares. Try to, you are one of the ambassadors of African fashion. And most of the times you see that they always look very attractive. The women look very attractive on African apparel, and so does the men. So yes, the suit and tie, they are very good. The gowns and suits, they're really, really very nice, but nothing can actually beat, what Africa brings to the table in terms of fashion. And these are beginning to gain global recognition. We can also move to literature. What does Africa bring to the table? Literature. You know that authors like late Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Olarotimi, and even lately Chimamanda Adichie, they have done a lot of work within the literature space. That what you begin to find is that there are now adaptations of some of their books in the form of movies and all of that. So these are, Africa have got, things to showcase to the world. And lastly, you can also move to food, cuisine, for example. Nigeria food, Ghana food, Africa food, whatever you find, Uganda, Kenya, some of the kind of unique food that they also bring to the table are things that Africa have got to show to the world. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So we were also trying to look at how we can promote this African entrepreneurship and innovation, because again, these are also some of the things that we bring to the table. We have tech hubs right now, and we're saying that Africa is a home to thriving tech hubs, fostering innovation, startups, and contributing to global technology advancement. And we're also looking at the entrepreneurial spirit. But let me also talk about tech hub, for example. If you go to Kenya, a lot is happening in this space. That's the East Africa. If you also come to Nigeria, a lot is happening in this tech space. You can look at what we're doing with the fintechs. You know how several payment system. If you go to Kenya, for example, it's difficult for you to operate if you don't know how to navigate with M-Pesa, for example. In Nigeria, here there are quite a lot of payment system. In South Africa, the same thing. You can see how these tech hubs, are actually driving the changes that is happening within the financial space within the continent as well, offering investors opportunities to be able to invest in the form of startup to be able to drive technological change in Africa. This is also happening in the form of agri-tech. It's happening in the form of ed-tech, education tech, where technology is actually infusing in the education sector. It's also happening in properties as well, because we're now beginning to have prop techs as well. So we can also talk about entrepreneurial spirits. If you come to most African economies, you will find out that the organized sector and the public sector are just employing about very little number of people in relation to those that are employable. It is our entrepreneurs that are closing the gap. It is our entrepreneurs that are coming into the space and doing a whole lot of work to be able to close that gap. Next slide, please.
18 minutes left. Thank you.
Okay, interesting. Thank you very much. Next slide. So we need to begin to amplify African voices and perspectives. And we need to also leverage on digital platforms, sharing African narratives. What can we do to be able to use digital platforms to be able to promote what is going on here? Building bridges across, between African communities to the rest of the world, fostering and understanding, cultural exchanges. Next slide, please. Strengthening diplomatic and economic ties. A lot of conversation has happened around trade partnerships, and a lot of conversation has also happened around diplomatic engagement. But let me also speak on this, because I believe that in the last G20 meeting, it's actually a group of 19 top world economies with European Union. Africa has been given a space at the G20. There's now a space for the African Union, meaning that this is also a recognition of the fact that Africa is actually growing in influence. So Africa has become the latest member of the G20. That group consists about these countries that control about 85% of the global GDP, about 75% of the trade that happens within the world, and quite a lot of people in terms of numbers. So these are the engagements that are required for us to strengthen Africa's global presence and cultural influence. Yeah, next slide, please. Next slide. Now we have to find a way to overcome inequality. We have to find a way to do whatever we need to do to promote sustainable development. Agenda 2063 of the African Union is very clear on that. We also have to invest in education. And what do I mean by investing in education? We have to find a way to build a knowledge-based economy. We have to find a way to ensure that we have global partnerships and that our youth are employed. Next slide. Our education system is such. Next slide. Our education system is such that we must find a way to ensure that the work or the jobs that what we are teaching people in school are the needs of tomorrow, not teaching them what are no longer relevant in the light of today's environment. So, and in conclusion, I tendered a vision for a stronger Africa. By embracing its rich heritage, showcasing its diverse contribution, and leveraging on new opportunities, Africa can achieve greater global prominence and influence, paving the way for a more prosperous, inclusive Africa for the future for all. Thank you so very much.
Yeah, okay. So thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. So thank you so much, Ambassador. That was quite a brilliant presentation you've done there. And it's really relevant for today's discussion, looking at, how we can actually put Africa out there. And you've just given a really good analysis in terms of trade, in terms of soft power, in terms of education, and even in terms of, our arts and music. And all of that brings us to the point where we say that, it's showcasing Africa really and putting us out there and causing that attraction in terms of protocol and diplomacy. And we also like the applications of how you have embraced the opportunities and challenges as well, and how you harness them. So we want to use the opportunity to say thank you so much for taking the time to be here. I know that you've taken a lot of time out of you, and we appreciate all that you've done. So thank you so much, Ambassador. and we'll come around again to your door, and we'll speak soon. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you very much.
So I'll use the opportunity as well to just say thank you to all other speakers who've come up this afternoon. It's been brilliant. There are issues, and we're taking notes of the call to action, especially in creating visibility and also making sure that diplomacy and protocol plays a very big, significant role in the areas of sustainability, in the areas of soft power, and those applications are very key when it comes to this theme and making Africa better. So it's been very beautiful, and we just also want to thank our participants. You've been holding on there. We say thank you for staying on, and we have a few speakers more to go, and we'll finish up today. And this is really brilliant. So thank you so much. So without wasting time, we will call on our next speaker. Tech, do we have our next speaker on? Who do we have there?
I think we have Apollo John. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Ikenabo is still on. Okay. Mr. Executive President, Association of Certified Protocol Practitioners in Nigeria. Mr. Ikenabo Michael is a seasoned expert in protocol and logistics with extensive experience in oil and gas industry and travels. He coordinates protocol and logistics at Century Group and is also the managing director of Delta Deporter Logistics Limited. Previously, he led fleet and travel functions at Guinness Nigeria PLC. As member of several local international associations, Mr. Ikenabo holds a master's degree in public international affairs from the University of Lagos and bachelor's degree in computer mathematics from Olabisi Onabanjo University, Ogun State. Ladies and gentlemen, well, let's welcome all Mr. Ikenabo Michael, Association of Certified Protocol Practitioners in Nigeria, and talking about influencing the prospects of protocol profession. Mr. Michael, the stage is yours. He's gone. Should we get the next speaker on then? Sure, yeah. Should we get the next speaker?
We don't seem to.
Because he was on, and then he's.
Yeah, let's get next speaker. Let's get Apollo.
Let's
and
get
then
the next speaker on. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we go on to our next speaker. He's Mr. Apollo John, Director of Protocol, Lake Region Economic Bloc in Kenya. Mr. Apollo John is the Director of Protocol at the Lake Region Economic Bloc, a governmental regional bloc comprising 14 countries charged with the responsibility of handling protocol affairs at the Secretariat and all LREB functions. Previously, he served as Chief of Protocol at the Office of the Governor, where he was responsible for handling protocol, hospitality, travel, meeting arrangements for the office. He helped develop the country order of precedence and acted as the liaison officer between the Office of the Governor and other departments. National government, including Country Assembly and the Council of Governors, as well as the Master of Ceremony for all functions. If Mr. Apollo John is here, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him right onto the stage.
Thank you so much for that beautiful introduction. I'm pleased and it's my pleasure to be here today to discuss matters of protocol, and we appreciate you for organizing this beautiful conference. Thank you. I hope my presentation is on and we can proceed. So the topic I'm going to discuss today is about protocol and travel management as a tool of diplomacy in uniting Africa. Protocol and travel management as a tool of diplomacy uniting Africa. How protocol and travel management unites Africa, owing to the vision of the African Union. Next slide. So a protocol is key in uniting Africa. Travel management is equally key. Africa, as a continent, what we call the African Union. So African unity is shared goal articulated through the African Union need to address the challenges of the 21st century actually. The issues to do with peace and security, political and economic integration, sustainable development, good governance. So therefore, protocol management are powerful tools of diplomacy. What do? They foster collaboration among the nations, they restore disputes, and also build trust among the nations in Africa. Next slide. So protocol, what does protocol do? We have several countries in Africa, the 54, 55 countries in Africa. Protocol ensures that there's smooth interactions among African nations, promoting mutual respect, equality, cooperation through diplomatic engagements. When the heads of states are meeting, when we're having meetings of the ministerial meetings of the EST, the ECOWAS, the SADC, protocol is involved to ensure that those meetings are conducted mutually, smoothly. So the protocol plays a very, very key role in ensuring that Africa is united in several fronts. Next slide. So we're going to talk about diplomatic applications of protocol. First, we are talking about fostering equality. It ensures that all nations are treated equally. If you go to the African Union meeting, there's protocol. Who sits where? How the flags are placed. These are key fundamental functions of protocol. So to avoid any mishaps during these functions, protocol plays a very, very fundamental role to ensure that all these meetings are conducted in a better way. So protocol fosters equality among the African nations and making sure that Africa is united. Strengthening relations, enhancing goodwill through structured ceremonies and state visits. We have presidents from various nations. We have ministers, delegates from different countries within Africa visiting other countries. How they are treated, how they are received at the airport, the kind of treatment they receive in those countries are conducted through articulated protocol processes, and that enhances the unity of the African heads of state or the African department. So protocol plays a very key role in strengthening relations and hence uniting Africa. Crisis resolutions. Africa is prone to crisis. We have coups here and there and every day, and we have mediations going on. These mediators are guided by protocol rules, how they are going to do the mediation, how they choose the venue, who sits where, who talks after who. All these are guided by protocol. And therefore, protocol is key in uniting Africa through crisis resolution. Cultural diplomacy. Africa has got a very rich culture, and we embrace our culture. And therefore, when we interact as nations of Africa, when we celebrate our cultures, these celebrations and activities brings us together. And that's what makes sure that we are united as a continent. We have FESTAC, we have UNESCO conferences where African countries decide to showcase the African culture as a continent. So therefore, protocol is very key in aspects of uniting the African continent. Next slide, please. So after talking about protocol, what it does in uniting Africa, we are going to talk about travel management as a diplomatic tool. We understand what is travel, but I go a bit deeper to talk about travel management, to start from how you plan to travel, the means you're going to use. Is it a flight? Are you going to use the road network? Are you going to cross through the sea? That's travel management. Where you're going to, where you're going to sleep at, the kind of entertainment you're going to receive. All these are travel management. The security of where you are going, travel management. And your safety is all about travel management. So in Africa, we need to look at how travel management unites Africa. So we talked about issues of facilitating intergovernmental engagements, ensuring that timely and effective participation in diplomatic summits, negotiations, and events. So the way we manage the travels, the kind of the mode of transport used, all these ones are to ensure that the meetings that our heads of are going to have, the meetings that the diplomats are going to have, the meetings of the officials are enhanced, and this will in turn ensure that they are conducted effectively. So travel management is very key in uniting Africa. It enables citizen diplomacy through cultural, academic, and trade exchanges, fostering unity and collaborations. Many speakers have talked about trade, they have talked about culture, they have talked about education. When you're having these exchanges, of course, we have to move from one point to another. How you travel from one country to another country is very key, and to ensure that whatever you're going to do in that country is not interfered in. So therefore, what we call travel management is very key in ensuring that Africa is united. Enhancing regional integration by simplifying travel, African nations promote what we call cross-border trade, tourism, diplomacy, and strengthening what we call interconnectedness of our nations. Diplomatic emergency responses. Traveling is very key. The mode of transport, we have talked about that. When there's a crisis in Southern Sudan, or DRC, or Kenya, and all that, we have diplomats coming from various nations to come and mediate. How they come, how the mode of transport they're going to use is very key, ensuring that those chaos or the fast that exist are resolved. And this can only be done through effective travel management. Next slide. So we have briefly talked about protocol and travel management. Just because of time, we faced various challenges in Africa on issues to do with protocol and travel management. I'll talk about them all jumbled together. So we have difference in political systems, governance structures. Protocol is very key, and we have discussed about protocol at length. And I believe most of us understand the role of protocol in our societies and in our governments. But to unite Africa, we have had countries visiting other countries. We have presidents attending ceremonies in other countries, or the protocol officers facing challenges when they have decided to visit another country. Why? Because of the political systems and governments that exist in those countries. For example, if you come to Kenya, the order of presidents might not be the same as the order of presidents in Tanzania. We have the president, the deputy president, the chief minister. We have the governors, like the Southern Sudan and Nigeria. This is not the same as other countries. If you go to Swaziland or Swati, they have the monarch, the king. So sometimes the difference in political systems sometimes brings a challenge on matters of protocol. Infrastructure issues, talk about travel management. The previous speaker just talked about lengthy and expensive travel. If you're going to Morocco, for example, from Nairobi, sometimes you have to connect to Qatar, Doha to connect to Morocco. So sometimes in Africa, we lack proper infrastructure that facilitates effective travel. Issues to do with visa challenges, very key. Each and every day, countries decide to formulate new policies about visa of their countries. For example, now in Kenya, they have introduced what we call the pre-entry application and payment. you need to pay for the visa before you arrive in Kenya, and also make sure that all the details are captured. If you look at the issues with the East Africa community, what we call the free visa, it's not applicable to 3 countries, Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda. So sometimes our leaders, someone may think that they're going to go to Africa, East Africa, visa free, yet it's not applicable in 3 countries. So some of these challenges poses a big threat in uniting Africa. I'm seeing my time.
Sorry, 2 minutes left, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have issues to do with health and hygiene. We have issues to do with Ebola, malaria, and all that. Sometimes they pose a challenge on how people can travel from one point to another in African countries. ICT limitations, poor network. If you go to a border in most of these African countries, it's not easy. Sometimes the network you're going to use in that country is not applicable with the network you're having. Big challenge at the border. The ICT facilities available are not adequate. Issue with security and safety risks, conflicts in our regions. This one also poses a big challenge to protocol and travel management as a tool of diplomacy in uniting Africa. Next slide, please. So what we are talking about is proposed solutions. What do we need to do? We need to streamline regional policies. We have a speaker who was talking about FCTA. Very key, the trade in Africa. How do we harmonize these policies? Infrastructure investment. How can our leaders invest in infrastructure? We have few flights, long connections and all that. How can our countries invest in infrastructure to ensure that traveling from one country to another is smooth with a lot of no difficulties? Technology improvement is very key. E-visa systems, capacity building, training for diplomats and protocol officers is very key. Like what you are having today, what you have learned from this conference is very key. If you can have such trainings for various protocol officers, then we'll not be having any issues about protocol. And that, the moment the protocol officers and diplomats understand various cultures, various protocol regulations available in other countries, this will bring a lot of unity in Africa. Modernizing diplomatic protocol and practices is very key also. Next slide. So I'll say that protocol and travel management facilitates respectful interactions. It fosters mobility and cooperation, drive Africa towards unity and shared prosperity. Continued investment in these areas will strengthen Africa integration. Thank you so much. And I look forward to having a physical Africa Protocol conference. Next time we can have a physical one. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was smart, short and brief and to the point there. And by the way, I need to chip in there. Ghana has just introduced an e-visa gateway where you just come in and then you swipe your card and you're just coming in. For Ghanaian visitors who are or diaspora coming in, they just swipe their card and they just come in. So I'll just chip in there. Ghana's just done something about e-visa. Okay. There? Okay. Thank you so much, sir. We really appreciate your time and everything that you shared with us. We'll just move on swiftly to the next speaker then. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Desmond Olufohai. He's a Protocol and International Affairs Director at Miami Aviation Department, United States. Mr. Desmond Olufohai is the Director of Protocol and International Affairs at Miami International Airport. He heads the largest protocol office in any U.S. airport, which is the first airport. Sorry, somebody trying to reach? Okay. Sorry about
It's
that.
Mr. Olufohai, but it's okay.
Yeah. I'll start all over again. Mr. Desmond Olufohai is the Director of Protocol and International Affairs at Miami International Airport. Mr. Olufohai heads the largest protocol office of any U.S. airport, which is the first airport in the U.S. and one of the few major airports in the world to offer a full array of services, specially tailored to the needs of traveling foreign diplomats, government officials, dignitaries, and other officials, guests, and VIPs. He's proficient in protocol, diplomacy, business etiquette, and other intercultural understanding. Experienced trade coordinator with a demonstrated history of working in the government and administration industry. He's skilled in negotiation, entrepreneurship, public speaking, market research, and French. He also has a strong business development and he's a professional in that area. He graduated with an MBA degree from the Anna Maria University in Paxton, Massachusetts in the USA. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome and up to the stage, Mr. Desmond Olufohai. Desmond?
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, we can hear you loud and clear, Desmond.
Very good. Thank you so much for that very kind introduction. I am having some challenges with technology, but I am really, really so glad to be with you today and to share some insights about the regional connectivity and enabler for Africa's economic growth in West Africa, in ECOWAS. Many of the speakers have already alluded to aspects of my topic, so 15 minutes is not enough to delve into all of the issues. Can you have my slide up, please? Oh, okay, good. Okay. Okay, start from the beginning. Next slide. Okay, thank you so much. So obviously, one of the reasons we are here is to discuss the aviation industry as it relates to our continent of Africa. I was born in Nigeria, so I'm from ECOWAS, and so it's such a pleasure to come and speak about my region. According to IATA, aviation has the potential to make an important contribution to economic growth and development within Africa. So air transportation can open and connect markets, facilitating tourism, trade, and enabling local firms to link into regional and global supplies. Next slide, please. So enhancing air connectivity can truly help raise productivity by encouraging investment and innovation and improving business operations efficiency. So aviation also contributes to the social well-being of the populace. It supports jobs, as we know. It provides aid and relief, and it supports access to education and healthcare and providing opportunities for learning. So this is what many of the speakers have already alluded to. Next slide. So I don't want to take anything for granted. I want to be sure that we are grounded in basic information. So I go back to the creation of the African Union in 2002 and the preceding organization, the Organization of Africa Unity. Today, the population of Africa is roughly 1.3, 1.4 billion people scattered all over 55 nations with a GDP of approximately 3.4, 3.5 trillion US dollars. Next slide, please. So the question becomes, as we all know, Africa accounts for about 18% of the global population, but just 2.1% of air transport activities. That's a combination of its cargo and passenger output. Next, please. So, of course, my focus today will be ECOWAS, but I just want everybody to know that Africa is divided into 8 regional economic communities. It's not ECOWAS alone. These are very dynamic, robust, and integrated regional communities that has been working very, very well. So I just want everybody to realize that even though our focus is ECOWAS, Africa is well integrated into its different regional communities. Next slide, please. So we dive into ECOWAS. ECOWAS has 15 countries, which are listed on the slides there. Next slide. ECOWAS was founded in May 1975, currently headquarters in Abuja, and has about 402 million in population. Next slide, please. So one of the things I want to focus in, West Africa just finished its Vision 2020, and they just released the ECOWAS Vision 2050 as well, the theme is ECOWAS of the people, peace, and prosperity. And you can see all the 5 pillars. So our focus today will be pillar number 3, which is economic integration and interconnectivity. Next slide, please. So the topics we are discussing is already well known to the African Union and to the African government, because they themselves have been meeting and discussing this topic for a very, very long time. And they came to the conclusion that the aviation industry needs to develop and to compete. I remember in those days, in the 70s and 80s, when I would leave the US with Air Afrique, I was able to catch Air Afrique. I will do Miami at Paris, and Air Afrique will take me from Paris to Dakar, to Abidjan, to Lagos, to Libreville, all the way around. And so we had very few carriers. There was no competition. And so the prices were very high. And of course, inefficiencies, because we were speaking of many of the monopolies then. So in the late 90s and in the early 90s and late 90s, the discussion began to open the African skies. And so they decided to liberalize aviation throughout Africa. Next slide, please. So they came together in Yamoussoukro in 1988 to create one vast free civilian airspace that will cover the entire African continent. So this led to the Single African Air Transportation Market, SAATM, which is also one of the flagships of the African Union Agenda 2026, again, to integrate and liberalize Africa's airspace. Next slide, please. So SATAM was launched in 2018. And again, like I said, this was a derivative from the Yamoussoukro decision. Next slide, please. So 2024, where are we? What is the future for aviation? So I'm expanding now from ECOWAS to the entire African continent, because what concerns ECOWAS is really ECOWAS is really a microcosm of the entire African continent. Next slide, please. So we were happy to read in October, we found out that Angola became the 28th African nation to be welcomed into the Open Skies Agreement with the United States. So the future for African aviation is very, very bright. We now have 28 countries that have Open Skies Agreement with the United States, which means that this agreement includes provisions that allow for unrestricted capacity and frequencies of services, open routes, rights and code sharing opportunities. So I really want to encourage many of the African carriers to take advantage of the Open Skies Agreement. Next, please. So what's the future? Well, African commercial fleet is expected to double by 2020. By 2043, seats scheduled from Africa to Asia, Europe, and Middle East will also see a double-digit growth in the next 12 months. Between 2014 and 2019, which was pre-COVID, we saw a huge growth in passenger and cargo capacities. Next, please. And after the pandemic, African carriers have rebounded in 2023, reaching 161 million, which is an increase of about 12%. And according to the African Airlines Association, African carriers are expected to carry more than 98 million passengers in 2024. Next, please. So as demand for air travel in Africa increases, coupled with the availability of new aircraft technology, African airlines and carriers from other regions will fly from new gateways into Africa. African governments themselves are building airports and modernizing or upgrading existing ones. So if you fly from, Nigeria, Côte d'Ivoire, Dakar, Senegal, you will see all of these brand new airports that are cropping up now. And airlines themselves are investing in new aircrafts. They are expanding customer service training and also investing in technologies as well. Next slide, please. So, of course, we still have challenges, insufficient infrastructural investment. We still need to pump in a lot of investment to prop up many of the dilapidating airports. High fuel prices also affect the aviation industry in Africa. Excessive taxes and charges, restrictive visa regimes, and I'm so happy that the last speaker just said that even Ghana has now sorry about that. Even Ghana has Ghana now has visa entry, a free visa entry requirement. And of course, a lack of aviation financing institutions, skills shortage and training. We still need to do a lot of training, customer service area. And of course, there's still a lot of negative perception when traveling to Africa. And of course, we cannot overemphasize the issue of corruption. Last slide, please. So I want to use this opportunity to thank the Honorable Patricia Kenneth Devine and Miss Agnes Bihari that has been helping me with all things technical. And of course, all my friends at the International Center for Protocol and Diplomacy. This is a very, very vast topic that 15 minutes cannot do justice to, but I'm so glad that at least we are bringing this topic to the platform for discussion. And like the last speaker said, we hope it's definitely overdue. So we hope sooner or later we will be able to meet in person, not just to break bread, but to continue this conversation. So thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you so much, Desmond, for this brilliant presentation. And thank you for honoring our invitation as you always do. We are very grateful for your commitment and support you've been giving to us all this year. So thank you so much. And you've highlighted very important issues alongside within the 15 minutes in terms of investment in aviation sector and how we can actually harness that in terms of the opportunities and challenges. And I think this is really important at this point. When you talk about connectivity across Africa, especially travels, which is very relevant in terms of free movement, the protocol of free movement in Africa. And you can't do that except you have good roads, the airports are working. So you've really shared with us very key statistics in terms of travels and projections of what's going to happen next year. So I think these are areas where we are going to be really taking a lead, and we're also looking forward to face-to-face events where we're really going to integrate more. So thank you so much for sharing with us some of those information, and we'll share that with our participants after now, so people can understand the implications of what you've shared and how that affects our knowledge base and the way we embrace the industry. So thank you so much again, and we're very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if there are any questions for you, but I don't know if there are any questions yet. But I was just thinking about you've shared so many things within the ECOWAS. There was a report that came out 2-3 weeks ago about the ECOWAS trying to reduce taxes across different airlines and within Africa. Do you think that is something achievable in terms of looking at the projections for the new 2025?
Absolutely, and it's a welcome idea. As you know, there's always execution gap from the time these ideas come to the table until its implementation phase. Right now, the taxes and charges are so high. I have a friend who is traveling from Nigeria to Douala. From Nigeria to Douala, in those days, you can actually do it by road. Should be, it's almost like traveling in the United States from Miami to Orlando. It should be no more than 45 minutes to 1 hour. But now, and in those days, we used to purchase tickets for less than $100. Right now, ASCI, not to put anybody, you fly from Lagos to Lome and then Lome to Douala. It takes almost 4 to 5 hours flight, and the ticket prices are so high, are so expensive, and part of that is the charges, government imposed charges, airport fees, and all kinds of fees. So this will really, really help to integrate and to bring the cost down, and also to ensure that there is a competition, so that more and more people are able to travel. It is also instructive that you mention roads as well, and as you know, that's part of the problem in Africa. It is not just that the roads are unsafe, but nobody wants to travel by road because of the fear of being kidnapped, being harassed by law enforcement. I once traveled from Cotonou into Nigeria. From Cotonou to my final destination, there were 27 checkpoints. 27 checkpoints from Cotonou to Nigeria. And it's all kinds of folks that, you have the police, you have the military, you have the law enforcement, you have the drug folks, so we want to be, Africa should be a welcoming place for tourists, Nobody wants to, you have worked so hard, you want to go on vacation, and you want to be assured that you will get there safely, everything will be nice, so that you have a memorable vacation. Why would you want to go to a place where there's so much hassle and you fear for your life, and it's just very unfortunate. And these things is what is restricting more and more tourists, or preventing more and more tourists to come to Africa. So I'm so glad that the visa regime is improving. We are now seeing more and more African countries that have visa on arrival, free visas, or at least those from the West. But there's still more to be done if we want to push tourism into the rural areas, because many folks now really want to experience, they don't want to live in hotels anymore. They're booking Airbnb, they want to experience the true folks in Africa. When you don't have roads to get to your final destination, it really becomes exciting. But anyway, we can go on and on and on and on.
Yeah, that's quite brilliant. I think the Visa Openness Report Index 2024, is something we can share later to participants, which really embraces most of the things you've said. So I think it's a good direction in terms of how things are going. So thank you once again. We wouldn't keep you too much, and we'll talk more, and I'll reach out to you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, so this brings us to the end of the Afriprotocol conference. And just before we close the room or close the conference, it's important that we look at some of the call to action and look at some of the points that have been raised, which we can take away from here. But before we begin to do that, I just want to say thank you, especially to all our participants, because sometimes we leave them out. I want to say thank you for staying on throughout the morning until this minute. It's been brilliant, and we can't do this without you. So thank you so much for being there. We'd like to say, if you have any questions, you can still pop them into the chats. Otherwise, you can reach us in our email addresses and our numbers, which I think you have. We'll put them up on the YouTube place for you to be able to reach us. So thank you so much. We want to use the opportunity to also thank all our speakers from the morning session up to here. Some of them had really big challenges, even for them to be here today, and they made it. So we want to say thank you. We appreciate you for all the work you're doing and for supporting us in this great work. And then to the moderators, they've done fantastic job today. Thank you for all the work you've done and excellent work. We want to also thank our IT support. They've done fantastic job behind the scene for us to have everything going today. So thank you so much for everything. So just a few things before we go. It's quite important from today's discussions. We understand that there is a need for us to advance the profession in terms of giving it the global recognition. And that's where the World Protocol Day comes through. So I just want to encourage us to sign the petition, which I think is very brilliant. If it's something we're going to take away from here today, sign the petition. The more you sign the petition, the more it gets recognition within the UN. So it's very important for us to take note of that. It's very important for us to also be part of it. And the second thing is for us to drive regional coalition. So what that means for us as a center is to get involved with what ECOWAS is doing. We're getting involved with what the African Union is doing, so we have a voice to take decisions and also to influence and impact in terms of actually creating awareness in this industry. So we're going to take that step in terms of driving regional coalitions and getting involved more. And then we're strengthening visibility, and just to let you know that we have the Global Protocol and Diplomatic Network going all the way next year. So we encourage as much people to be part of that global network, which already covers about 65 countries. So it's an important time for us to be connected to it. Whether you come from any country, it could be outside Africa, it doesn't matter. It's time for everyone to come together to begin to talk and discuss more in terms of strength and visibility. And then also we need to celebrate more the profession. So there's going to be more programs coming up. Like my colleagues said, there's going to be lots of training programs coming up next year, organized by the center, by the International Center for Political and Diplomacy, who will encourage us to be part of those programs. And also reach us if you have ideas or you're looking at other opportunities. Please reach us. It's very important. And one of the other takeaways for today is for us to understand our last speaker, which is talking about what is happening within the aviation industry. And I think it's something that we need to begin to understand, especially the report will be shared. I think we can share that report with our participants. It's called the Visa Openness Index Report 2024. And you need to look at that report. You see so many things in terms of indicators, statistics on travels and visas that have been issued from location to, from country to country. So these are very important factors that we need to take away. So I wouldn't take too much of your time. We're going to send a communique to every participant. I hope you registered. If you have not registered before now, probably you have to visit the center and so that you could receive some of those information we're sending through. And we have our team working, so you might want to put the email addresses on the comment section so that people can send us their details. We can send that report to you and other information to you. So probably we'll get our team back on the stage, and let's just take one or two words from them, and then we'll close for today. So can I have M and Patrick and Agnes, if they are there, just for us to wrap up, and then it will be closing. So M and Agnes, just one word for everyone before we leave.
I from what I got from the last speaker talking about making travel very feasible in Africa is one of the things that if you travel across the continent, you discover that, you know, it's unlike Europe where you can live in you can move from, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Unlike Europe where you can move from London to Paris, London to Luxembourg, London to whatever, so freely, even via trains. I mean, we can make African travel easy by train. And that would even cut a lot of the costs that, and I think maybe if there are some key people around here, these are some of the things that after Cass's work, because in terms of getting travel, making travel, but we can also invest in train travel, which is very key to get, you know, make easy transportation across the continent. I don't know if somebody else has, I just wanted to comment about that, but if there's any other thing that anyone else wants to comment about, that's fine.
Thank you very much. I'd like to comment as well, because I will have to also join another call very soon. So talking about the train, it was also mentioned that now we have, I'm not saying that Africa is spoiled for choice, but something like that is going to happen very soon with all these wonderful alliances, you know, global South collaboration, West and Eastern collaboration. So more and more doors are opening up, and this is the reason why we also need to be very vigilant about what is happening in the international stage with all these changes happening, new opportunities rising as well. And going back to what ICPD is able to help to leverage this wealth of knowledge that is accumulated by this wonderful network, we are looking forward to continuing in touch and to be able to collaborate and continue sharing knowledge. Thank you.
All right. So at this point, it's been a long day, and we'd like to bring
Patrick
the
speaking, by the way. Patrick is speaking. Patrick, I think you've been muted. So if you want to unmute yourself.
I can't see him.
Okay. Can you see me?
Oh, okay. I didn't know you were there. Okay, let's hear from Patrick, please.
All right.
Dr.
I would
Patrick.
like to thank the previous speaker so much this month for highlighting the need for infrastructure funding, more so in the way of connectivity in Africa. We International Center for Protocol and Diplomacy. The protocol and diplomacy is about connectivity. Now, mobility of passengers, their goods and services is very, very key in the interactions. So Africa's got a funding gap of 31 billion on infrastructure alone. So I felt so good when Desmond brought out that funding gap on infrastructure, aviation inclusive, and 60% of Africa lacks access to infrastructure. So how do we connect? So I would like to thank Desmond once again for bringing out the detail of connectivity and the need to cover that funding gap and build better infrastructure to allow better connectivity. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, that's really key. That's great. Okay, I'm sure if we want to talk about everything, it's not enough to talk about it. So there are more webinars coming up in the new year. We'll share the calendar with our network, and you see all the activities for next year. But it's very important amongst everything for us to be clear about our global visibility and signing the petition and really creating that impact on Protocol Day. So as much as possible, if you are a protocol person, a diplomat, or even a business leader, whoever, give us the support. We need your support to make that happen. So thank you once again, and we'll see you. I want to hear from you. Please send us emails and tell us how you feel about the conference. Then we'll take things forward from there. So at this point, we will be bringing the conference to a close. Thank you, and God bless you.
Bye-bye.